Hello, everyone. Welcome to Brine and Blight. This is an Underwater Revolution Cypher System campaign brought to you by TricksyWizard. Woo! Clap, 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 clap. Shout out to all of our Patreons. Because of our Patreons, everything that we do here on this channel is possible. All of the one-shots, three-shots, marathons. Thank you so much for all of your support. And if you want to see what you can get for being a Patreon, you can check out the link there in the chat. We also have a YouTube. You can find all the previous episodes of Brine and Blight and all of our other campaigns over there as well. Let's introduce everyone at the table and finale vibes, everybody. I know you.
My heart is a live wire.
It's good nerves. It's good nerves.
You're lying.
Yeah, it's like, all right, use it.
Tonight I'll be playing Berengaria, a kind speaker who gently requests beasts for their help. And has recently had some interesting interactions with some latent core-like powers, perhaps. We might see some more of that here today, but I'm going to pass it on over to Christian.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christian, better known as Kappa in most online spaces. I play Risubi, the perceptive warrior who needs no weapon. I'm really excited because there's some stuff going on, and I'm as much of an audience member as y'all are.
Thank you so much. We'll pop on over to Z.
Hi, I'm Z or Zach. I'm playing Calliope, the sharp-eyed adept who fuses mind and machine. Their pronouns are they, them, and they were built by Valthuran, and now they're working with the rebels.
All right, we'll head on over to Jay.
Hi, I'm Jay Justice. I'm playing Bahari, a creative adept who exists partially out of phase and has been on quite the journey from the sweet cinnamon roll to a slightly less sweet. But only to the enemies, not to her friends.
Spicy cinnamon roll.
You just need a little bit of finishing salt. It's so good.
Cinnamon is a spice.
It is. You can find me doing cosplay, game dev, and all kinds of fun stuff on the Twitters, the Blue Skies, all the places.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And we'll hand it over to the TricksyWizard duo. We'll start with Trout.
Hi, I'm Trout. My partner Adam and I make TricksyWizard comics. Today on this beautiful finale day, I'm going to be playing Bunk, cowboy lizard. They're a brash sniper who's wanted by the law, and they just broke out of a prison cell under an opera stage. It was the coolest night of my life. I will let Adam tell you more about TricksyWizard and whatnot.
Hey, I'm Adam. I'm the other half of TricksyWizard. Like Trout said, we are at TricksyWizard on all the socials. We do comics, illustrations, art for different TTRPG campaigns, like this one, like all the art on this one. Yeah, that was us. I'm going to be running this very, very dear, sweet finale day where nothing will go wrong and everyone will have a happy ending. I'm sure. I promise.
Not Valthor.
You can't make those promises. You can't say that.
So
you're saying that your GM intrusion from last session is going to be a nice one?
That I don't promise.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
But I'm sure everything will work out for the best.
Oh my
but I guess
God.
to find out, we'll have to start, won't we? So, I suppose, without any further ado, is it time to swim?
Swim.
All right, fantastic. Let's dive right back in.
Hey.
Welcome back one last time to the seafloor metropolis of Meribas, capital city of the aquatic kingdom of Sonaspar. For 50 years, this city and the wider kingdom beyond its borders has labored under the auspices of an occupation from above, under the boot heel of empire. under the condescending gaze of those who once posed as allies but were never anything more than opportunists. The Valthuran Empire, whose reach has spread to encompass an entire continent in the world above the waves, was possessed of such arrogance, such a thirst for power, that it grasped without second thought at all the riches of the deep, and it has held on with a vice-like grip ever since. Now, a puppet ruler, the cruel and petty young Prince Urati Lascaris, plays blithely at the appearance of power, while his Valthuran handlers plot the full-scale extraction and refinement of corallite, the mysterious substance tied to the life force of the ocean itself, a substance which has become, in the hands of the Empire, the perfect fuel for their machinery of conquest. And for 50 years, this arrangement has held. The collaborators within the dwindling royal family all too happy to preside comfortably over widespread oppression. But in recent weeks, the facade of complete control has cracked. The Empire has endured embarrassment after embarrassment, their celebrations soured, their propaganda disrupted, their prisoners freed en masse, thanks to the efforts of a small band of fledgling revolutionaries and their growing community of allies. The people of Meribas has begun to wonder, to consider, perhaps, for the first time in generations, if their fates might not actually be written for them. Of course, empires do not suffer embarrassment lightly, and Valthur has shown time and again that they will meet force with overwhelming force. And so, with that in mind, we have arrived at the pivotal moment. The hinge point that will determine the course of revolution. Bunk, aka Cyprian Salamandrin, the heir to a fallen principality, another victim left in the wake of the expansion of Valthur, stands scheduled for a public execution for treason and sedition at the close of a one-night-only performance of La Belle Volante at the renowned Maristella Opera House. Their allies, Bahari, Berengaria, Calliope, and Risubi, have precious little time to make good Bunk's escape from the clutches of the vengeful Prince Urati and his Valthuran overseers. Now, powers beyond any of our heroes' understanding are at play in the shadows, even now. A phantom voice, warning of imminent calamity, double agents working for Valthur's enemies across the sea, but there's no time left to do anything except what they have staked their hearts on. The rallying cry that stoked the simmering revolutionary sentiment of a broken populace. Whatever the risks, whatever the costs, it's now or it's never time to douse the torch. So, with that in mind, let's pick right back up. Bahari, Berengaria, Calliope, Risubi. We join you as you pull yourselves painstakingly through the cramped access tubes that run labyrinth-like through the mechanical underbelly of the Maristella Opera House. Careful attention to detail and an expertise in bypassing Valthuran security systems has granted you a slim but safe path into the heart of tonight's extravagance. Though it did take releasing a veritable swarm of wild sharks upon the surrounding streets to provide you with enough cover to even approach undetected. Now, Risubi, as you have taken point, being the only one small enough to maneuver smoothly through these awkward and narrow passageways, I need you to start us off by rolling an intellect task, difficulty 3, to see if you can find a way to a safe exit point for you and your friends to break out into the theater proper.
Awesome. Okay.
Right into it, huh?
Yes. Can I? Okay, so you said difficulty 3. Can I apply my eye for details?
You absolutely can.
Can I apply my stealth skill?
Ooh, yeah, actually, absolutely.
To get angles, without being seen, more bold.
Yeah, no, I love that. Both skills would apply, maxing you out at the easing by 2 steps down to a difficulty 1. This is significantly easier than all of the tasks necessary to even break in. So
Yes, I am in my squirrel elements, and I will roll. There we go. 10.
fantastic.
Well, according to Cake Aku.
Business as usual. So you find an opaque but thin, kind of flimsy patch of what would appear to be a sort of currently inoperable sort of ceiling vent. Basically, its shutters have all been kind of smoothed shut. But you would be able to tell at a glance that this would be easily removed with a small but precise application of force, allowing you and your friends to, one at a time, very gingerly slide your way out into whatever chamber directly lies below. And with a success on the task there, you are reasonably certain that you wouldn't be dropping in on anyone unexpectedly.
Okay. This will drop us into what I'm assuming the East Wing dressing rooms.
In fact, this drops you a little bit further down into the prop and set storage chamber.
Great. Okay. Turn to my folks and go and point at that. I was gonna say the wrong word. I'm gonna point to that that exit and go. That should take us to the prop and set storage, if my memory serves me correctly. Now, from there, it is only a short distance to Dock B, and as well as the booth that Osmond Rain, is located. We have our assignments, correct?
I mean, everyone else kind of following here. Do we all give your silent assent? Does this sound like a plan?
Yes, I will silently, in a hushed whisper, offer to my companions. Right, well, make sure you don't get caught. Remember, we can't save Bunk if we're the ones also constrained, and I'm gonna use anecdote here.
Absolutely. You very, like, in a way that makes everyone in this very cramped, like, sort of water filtration vent tube, like, none of them can it's very tight spaces, but everyone kind of wants to give you a hug because you seem very distraught. And that is enough to rally everyone to focus. So any stealth related actions are going to be eased by one step for the next, I believe, hour.
Yeah. If it's okay, GM, I would like,
Oh, yeah.
so it says trained in a task you choose as long as it's related to the anecdote. I would like to specifically make it don't get caught, so that it is both stealth and if we need to wily, dexterously escape somehow, perhaps that can also apply.
Depending on the circumstances of that, I think it could still apply.
Okay, great.
This is where it gets a little slippery in the Cypher
Yes.
system. This is where it's like, y'all gotta ask me in the moment, and I'll be like, yeah, sure.
Okay.
But yeah, no,
Yeah,
at
so-
least in terms of like not being spotted, every action related to that, and then depending on how dire the situation is, if you are spotted, it might still apply.
As I'm offering this very short monologue to my companions, I'm holding a gun with flames painted on the side, and I say, remember, violence is not always the answer, all right, everyone?
You remember that too, Berengaria. Sometimes it's only a last resort.
Absolutely. I agree with that with my whole heart. Oh, put the gun away.
Yeah. You've been like gesticulating in a very enclosed space with a gun. Like,
Wonderful.
yeah, fantastic.
Once I get the voice and DNA sample from Rain, I will rendezvous with you on his vessel.
But we'll try to stay hidden, and keep in contact.
That then,
I
this
will-
is a situation
yeah.
here where you can, you can take this thin, sort of flimsy point in the sort of plating on the vent shaft, and you can just kind of, apply a few quick surgical stabs of whatever small tool you may have on your person, and then just kind of kick it out. It wafts slightly against the water pressure, and then just kind of floats down and drifts away, and slowly you all, after a moment's pause, can begin descending into a dark and spacious chamber. You find it filled with cluttered shelves and complex mechanical rigging and scaffolding, and along the walls you can see elements of sort of loose set design, including several gorgeously rendered luminescent reef sculptures and what looks like a stylized sort of geodesic moon with accompanying cloud props. There is no one else in this chamber at this time.
So I'll make the way clear for my companions, watch them enter the room, and just sort of pause there before finding the entryway to the dry area, the dry docks, the east wing boxes.
Understood. Currently, it looks like the issue with those docks is that outside of they're kind of a closed system. You, as you're kind of probably already aware with the plan you've cooked up here, Risubi, you might be able to literally squirrel your way inside to this sort of dry dock mezzanine with access to the box seats. But for everyone else who's, the size of a typical humanoid or any larger, they would be unable to find any sort of legitimate access point. Instead, they would find themselves having to move directly through the East Wing dressing rooms into the backstage area. From there, from backstage, they may be able to find some additional access points deeper into the theater, or some maybe kind of like branch out from there and try and explore. But based on your knowledge of the blueprints, it seems like specifically the dry dock areas were designed to be inaccessible to aquatic sort of like species.
Oh, I see. Would it be better suited if I stuck with the team then?
No, just that you would, if you wanted to kind of break into the dry dock area, it would probably be on your own, unless you could work out some kind of alternative way in.
I see.
You know that from the information that you all gathered last session, you know that some of the box seats, which are normally for sort of air-breathing terrestrial types, have been flooded to make them more comfortable for a couple of aquatic guests of honor, which means that there is some mechanism by which they can be maybe opened from the box seat side, and just so there's maybe some kind of way you could finagle your way in. But as of right now, it would mean going separate from the group. You would have to break off from the group if you wanted to try and find your way there separately.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure that they have a way to get to the Ionin.
Right. To get to the Ionin would mean probably doing something to... It would be difficult to do it stealthily, but you would probably have to either sabotage and depressurize like the entire like mezzanine itself, or figure out a way to break in through one of the box seats themselves.
Got it. Okay.
Risubi, if you'd like to scout ahead, maybe we can find an alternative route and you can let us know when to come in to the dressing rooms with us then.
Yeah. I will go with. I will nod in approval and go with and scout ahead.
Perfect.
All right, great. As you move up towards the sort of automatic kind of powered door that opens up, there's like a little control panel you can access to kind of open the sliding door into the dressing rooms from the prop storage. Can everyone just go ahead and roll an intellect task difficulty 4 for me? Just a general awareness and perception check.
Nat 20.
Ooh,
Yeah, okay.
ooh.
15.
8.
17.
15,
Wow.
17, 20.
Team.
So Bahari, you seem to be the lone person. Like, you, for some reason, you're a little more preoccupied in this moment, trying to perhaps, laser focused on sort of trying to figure out a way to move undetected through the dressing rooms. You could even, if you wanted, potentially like phase ever so slightly through the wall and see that there are several. There's like about a half dozen individuals in the East Wing dressing rooms who appear to be in the middle of going through, like, in the midst of a costume change. You can see several merfolk there. One is actually the villain of the opera, a manatee-like merfolk man with just a big barrel chest. He's like a baritone. He's like getting changed into like the dual outfit for the end of the second act. There's like a shrimp folk gentleman in masquerade attire. So you're a little kind of preoccupied trying to figure out how you potentially move through undetected through this space. Everyone else, particularly the first to notice here is Berengaria. There's some kind of commotion that's happening below you. You pick up actually on faint vibrations that seem to be coming up through the floor. Kind of pick them up on sort of like the thin membrane on the end of your tail fin. And at first, it seems just like kind of barely perceptible until all at once there's a sudden spike in volume, and then all of you, save for Bahari, can hear what sounds like the extremely muffled sound of a couple of quick shots of gunfire. And it's difficult to determine the provenance of it, only that it sounds like the source of the noise, which continues from here, is moving and fast. Kind of lateral to you. On a nat 20, I'll say, Berengaria, you can pinpoint this as whatever's making this noise is in some kind of substructure underneath the main stage and backstage area, and it's heading directly towards the back of the backstage.
As soon as I feel the vibrations, I actually float down towards the floor, and I put my body against it, trying to flatten and perceive it as much as I can. Friends, I think something's going on underneath us. I feel gunshots. It seems to be moving towards the back.
Good catch.
Do you think that could be Bunk?
It's probably likely it's Bunk.
I would like to scan, possibly if I could scan through the floors. I don't know how far it is with a close range scan, but
through mundane materials, yeah, only out to about 30 feet.
Yeah.
But I will say, for the purposes of this, that as you scan through, you can go ahead and give me an additional intellect task, also difficulty 4, to see if you can catch a glimpse of something on just the very edge of the sort of like the terminus of the range on your scan.
I'm gonna use a little effort.
Okay.
Fail.
Wait.
Oh.
Can I want to use my XP here if that's okay.
Heck yeah.
Okay, yeah. How are you going to go ahead and allow for the reroll here? Is Calliope's eyes kind of flickering, kind of going through different scan frequencies, trying to penetrate through several different layers of different mundane materials? They seem to be struggling.
I will move forward, and if it's okay with you, Z, Berengaria will reach for Calliope's hand and gently guide them to touch the floor. Berengaria's hand over yours, the two hands joined together here. Do you feel that? It seems to be going in that direction. It's kind of guiding them where I have sensed it.
So once again, go ahead and roll there. The effort still applies, so it's difficulty 3. And on a 10, you do succeed on a yes, one higher than you needed. So you just barely get the faint outline of the telltale silhouette of your reptilian companion. And you see them performing some kind of ridiculously just complex, like, chokehold grapple maneuver, remove someone's firearm, flip over them, smack them in the face with their tail, and like in this ridiculous fluidity that you didn't think they were capable of. And then you watch the person that they were kind of engaged in this dance with just drop.
Oh, wow. Yeah, they're
And
done
that's
there.
that's where we're going to go ahead and change perspectives for a moment. Bunk. The world around you seems almost frozen, although it's vibrating ominously. You can watch as stray bubbles are just sitting suspended in the water around you. Every stray glint of light reflecting off of the metallic framing beams of this subterranean chamber seem to kind of explode in brilliance in slow motion, just brighter than seems possible. Behind you, in the resealed cell in which you were brought here to die, the lifeless body of Lieutenant Dorix Veer floats completely motionless, still as a statue, not a drop of the blood from his still fresh fatal wounds diffusing into the water around him. And in your hand, the coralite pistol that you took from his grasp still glows. It's warm to the touch. You can watch the reload mechanisms moving, looks almost like sluggishly, lazily to your perspective. The time dilation module on the back of your neck is buzzing with a potent, almost eager energy. And ahead, the bulkhead door to the backstage access corridor slides gradually, inch by inch open, so slowly. And behind you can see another Marine, wearing a look of confusion on his face, obvious even through his tinted visor. You can see him craning his neck to peer through the shadow and investigate the sudden noise. It feels to you like 5 full seconds of staring him in the face before he registers your presence. What do you do?
At this point, I'm swim running on the wall. And I would kick, and as I'm upside down like Trinity from the Matrix, I will shoot him in the face twice.
To remind you here, the time dilation effect, while it is in effect, eases both attack and defense rolls because you rolled a 6 on the d6 instead of by 2 steps, by 3 steps each.
Holy shit.
No roll necessary, and you can take 2 attacks per round.
What?
Oh my god. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone. You you just flip 2 shots again directly in like chest, head, gone, and you just push past, and you can see the access corridor just splayed out in front of you. You can see the faint hint of just the rim of a not quite closed, like an ajar door at the very end that's kind of angled upwards, almost like a trap door that you could like burst out of into the backstage. But between you and there, you can see one of these. I'm not sure if you've encountered them in person yet, although I believe Calliope would be very familiar with them. It's a UMA-13 Stingray drone. It is an unmanned vehicle of Valthuran make that is security focused. It has the silhouette of similar to a Stingray with several sort of anti-personnel ordinances that it can call upon from its undercarriage, and what looks like these sort of bursting with electricity, these sort of prongs that are sticking out from either side of this sort of sort of like an encased amber orange glass dome, which seems to be like its radar center, or it's at the very front of it. And it is gliding towards you at what would be its top speed were you not still under the effects of the time dilation. You see as it is just very slowly banking towards you at this point.
So the guy was peeking in the door. I shot, and I'm assuming he fell backward through the water.
And you can, and you basically like corkscrewed through the door past him, and now
No.
halfway down. Oh,
Okay.
oh, please.
I corkscrew through, and if I can see the drone, I'll grab his body and throw it up between us, and then start firing from around the corpse.
Incredible. You watch again in slow motion at each individual piece of the mechanism moving like very lazily as the undercarriage of this drone slowly kind of opens up, peels open, and what looks like it's kind of like a mounted Stinger missile kind of loads into place, and the ignition starts to fire. The propulsion at the back is kind of like sputtering to life, and it's all so easy for you. You just kind of like, again, whipping around using this sort of shield from this fallen marine. This will require a roll still to hit.
Sure.
As its speed defense makes it higher than level 3. So
okay.
But for you, it's technically just a difficulty 1 because instead of 4, you remove 3. So yeah, go ahead and
Perfect. All right, so just a speed task, difficulty 1.
Difficulty 1. Yep.
Beautiful. I've got so much effort to spare. What if it didn't cost me anything?
If you want to go ahead and expend that, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got so much. Let's do it. I would like to not. Good. I would like to not die. Thank you.
Okay. And you can do that twice, by the way. You still have 2 shots per round in this state.
Yeah, if it's not down after the first one, then I'll after I've charged through holding the guy up to like protect me from its first shot, then I'll throw the corpse to the side to confuse its tracking, and then I'll shoot off the other direction and fire again.
Amazing. Yep. So the first shot connects, and you can like watch the sort of plasma-like bolt of coralite just glance off of this thing's ablative armor, such that the impact is lessened somewhat, and it doesn't seem to have its trajectory changed at all from the impact.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm gonna expend effort again to shoot a second time if that helps me at all.
You just go ahead. Yeah, you absolutely get to go and fire a second time. And I will say, if you want, you can still roll to see if you want to get bonus damage on a 17 or higher.
Oh, just for funsies? Sure.
No, I'm saying if you don't choose to expend effort. There's like a 1 or 2 will fail, but a 17, 18, 19, or 20 will deal extra damage. I'm just letting you know what the mechanics are like.
No, I understand. Yeah. I think I would rather save that for an enemy that made me personally angry.
I hear you. Okay. The second shot, likewise, catches this thing, shears off a little bit. You can see like the scoring on this thing's armor plating. It wobbles somewhat and needs to take a second to readjust its tracking as you can like throw the additional target off to the side. It's still moving at you though, and so at this point it is going to go ahead and take a shot with its Stinger missile here.
All right. Speed D?
However, yeah, so this is once again speed defense roll difficulty 4. But I believe you already removed that down to 1 because of your speed training.
Yes.
And then your time dilation takes that from 3 to 0, so it literally cannot touch you.
Wow.
Yes.
So if you wanted to take 2 more shots at this thing, it's closing the gap. You easily just kind of like push off of the fallen marine and just flip over the sort of missile, which breaks and spreads into about 16 smaller projectiles, which all just course under you and curve up too slowly and just kind of like pop like a bunch of little firecrackers against the ceiling and walls about 5 feet behind you as you move past these sort of secondary little explosions going off.
How big is this thing?
It's about 3 feet in sort of like fin span.
Yeah, so kick off the wall, and I'll fully ride this thing like a bucking bronco and fire down into it from on top of it.
You land on top of this thing, absolutely. I will say, you still need to give rolls difficulty 1 to see if you can like cap this thing real quick.
All right, I believe in myself. Let's just roll normal.
You got this.
A 4. I made it.
4 succeeds.
Oh,
Yep,
wow.
right.
And 1 more.
1 more.
A 17.
17.
Let's go.
And that is precisely as much damage as is necessary for you as you like flip around, dodging the stinger missile. You land on top of it, get your boot, like the spur, kind of digging into one of the sort of fin-like wings on this thing, and you just press the barrel of the gun down onto the sort of like radar dome. Kind of looks almost like a sort of faintly glowing orange eye, and you just take 2 shots, and it shatters, and the whole thing sputters in and like courses with electricity and falls down and just breaks into several pieces in small sort of smoky explosions on the ground, and you just continue moving. Now, as for the rest of you, Bahari has revealed to you at this point that there are several people involved in the production who are in the dressing rooms at this time. If you want to meet up with Bunk as they make their way backstage, you're going to have to figure out some way of moving through here undetected.
Okay. Berengaria, how far away do you feel like Bunk is right now?
DM?
At this point, it's... We established canonically that they were exactly 30 feet away when Calliope performed their scan, and they were moving at insane speeds, just blitzing due north. So like they are probably at this point, I'd say between 75 and 100 feet away from you, which means they're basically at the end of that hallway.
I looked to Bahari. I don't know.
I want to try to get us over there, but I don't know. I don't know where we're going, and I don't know how long it is to get there. And if I tried to keep everyone out of phase for that long, I don't know what would happen.
Mm-hmm.
So, just to confirm, we saw Bunk headed towards
the backstage area. They were underneath the theater. They seem to be in some kind of... Your scan would have revealed the dimensions of the room as well. It appears to be some kind of related to certain extravagant special effects, whereby trapdoors might open and things might be lifted up onto the stage. It's like a sort of hidden space underneath the stage, and they are moving from there just due north towards the very back of house backstage.
It might be best if we try to meet up with wherever Bunk's trying to go.
Yes, I agree.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
But we need to do it without getting detected. So
maybe if we move in short bursts, when we scope out a room, get into it, and just keep doing that until we can get closer and closer without exposing ourselves. I think that might be the best way to move forward if we can.
Is there a rack of clothes within reach?
There are, in fact, a bunch of racks of costumes that are not for tonight's specific performance, but for a different show that is kind of in the works and in rehearsals for the coming months.
I pluck one and I kind of wave it. Makeover?
Disguises might be helpful.
that actually is a great idea.
We could say that we are a backup crew, just in case someone gets injured in the middle of the production or something.
Yes, you're an understudy. What show is it?
I just start handing people hats.
Yeah, Risubi, just like you find a hat rack and you just kind of use your little, like, I assume you have like a little jetpack style thing as a squirrel. You just, you kind of like over to this hat rack and just kind of like start slinging them at people. Oh, I love this. Yes, Jay. Yes. None of them are on theme for the particular performance, which is like it's a romantic sort of. It's effectively like it's
a historical drama, right?
It's an adaptation of Sonaspari folklore by people who clearly don't understand Sonaspari folklore, and they took a story about a whale that that manages to jump, breaches the ocean so strongly that it actually like ascends into the clouds and gets lost in a kingdom of clouds. And they've turned it into a story of star-crossed lovers and sword duels, and there's an evil baron of the clouds that the whale has to fight for their love. And so it's it's a complete bastardization of the original text. But yes, no, you're definitely finding like, yeah, absolutely. Calliope looks straight up like Mothman.
Yes.
I believe I'm some kind of sea urchin. I don't know.
Let's go.
Berengaria, you definitely find like a full-on, just very Pirates of the Caribbean deal, like tricorn hat and all. Oh, please describe actually any other details of the costumes that you find for me. I would love for you to kind of paint this picture for me, and I would love to know what Risubi's doing.
I find a patchwork scarf and I wrap it around myself. And I find some kind of strange candy cane prop. Don't know what it's for. It's where it's clearly got Valthuran influence. This thing does not naturally occur here.
Yeah, no.
Bahari, I find a traditional farming outfit from one of the rural areas. It's something that you might have seen like a great grandfather wear in a picture. So like, I'm gonna steal this. Actually,
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I'm gonna sneak out of here under my arm. It'll be fine. But yeah, it's been cleaned recently. It smells okay.
Calliope finds a pair of sunglasses and a sea urchin little hairband, but also a denim jacket and a pink feather boa.
What show is this that you all are stealing these from?
I think I have all the pieces of that outfit, Z. Not gonna lie.
If you could toss them over real quick.
I think it's from the Sonaspar version of Fantasia. We're all from different parts of it.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, that's so good.
I love that. It's
And
a medley
Risubi,
show.
Are you a prop?
Yes. What?
Yeah, what's happening?
Risubi a prop or what? Like,
I was gonna say Risubi like looks around and is just like, nothing is my size.
Bahari finds a
grab a
lily and puts a little flower bonnet around your head. You're one of the plants.
Oh.
And yeah, and then just looking at it, just like, okay, this will suffice.
good. Yes.
I
Now-
grab like a planter pot just to wear around
Oh,
my torso.
You're holding it.
Yeah.
the cutest
Oh,
thing.
it's like a
This-
little like barrel with straps, basically. Like,
Yeah,
you-
yeah. This will suffice. Plans have changed. We should probably meet with Bunk, and then find your way to the Ionin. And while I find Rain.
So, if you all want to try and move through the currently occupied dressing room hallway, I am going to need you to make a stealth check, basically. And this is going to be speed-based stealth task. Base difficulty of this would be 5 to go through, like, unnoticed. However, Anecdote lowers everything to 4 for everyone. And your costumes, I will give it to you, lower it to 3. Those are an asset.
Woo!
And anyone who's trained in stealth would be able to apply that here too.
Sweet.
If I were to, as we're passing by everyone, be like, "Great job so far! Yeah, you're killing it out there." Would that count as pleasant social interaction?
Break a fin.
Yes.
Oh, break a fin!
Crack a dorsal.
Oh my god.
Crack a dorsal, yes.
Oh.
You know what? That is the definition to a T of a pleasant social interaction, and
Yeah.
it will count as another asset, lowering this to a difficulty 2 for Berengaria as well.
Nice.
Berengaria is a queen.
Oh, I still rolled a 1.
Oh,
No.
I think that's funnier. I think
I
that's
rolled a
funnier.
3. Oh my god.
Z,
That
you
is
rolled the
pretty
same
fun.
at 14.
Yeah. We're doing great with our disguise.
Y'all are
We're
doing
great.
amazing.
No one sees me anyway. Like,
Exactly. You're so smart.
Gee,
I knew I should have just speed ran through here.
I'm gonna say Oh no, Kappa, do you have something?
I was gonna say you describe stuff, and then I want to do something.
Okay.
If it matches, but I want to wait.
Okay.
Here,
You just
I will.
begin-
I'll just put it into the chat while you talk.
Yeah. You and Risubi, you wearing your flower pot and little bonnet, just put your way up to the door access panel and slam your full little fist down onto the open button. Slides open. Initially, you get like a sideways glance over his shoulder, but people are engaged in conversation. They're trying to get themselves centered. You got people doing a couple vocal warm-ups.
Red flounder, yellow flounder, red flounder, yellow flounder.
Trout, I'm so sorry to take this one, but it's the ghost with the most is Beetlejuice. Just kind of getting themselves psyched for their last scenes. Again, just like a little sideways glance over the shoulder, but you don't even get the double take. And you all begin just kind of slowly, tentatively at first, and then kind of picking up speed. Move. And then
Swim.
You're 75% of the way there. And just the urge overtakes you, Berengaria. You're like, I've got this. I'm gonna seal the deal. And what do you say specifically to them as you turn backwards and just address them?
I say, oh, this is on the spot. Oh, it's gotta be juicy. I say, your singing is great. In exactly that tone.
The rest of you just kind of, you feel a chill go up your spines at this. As immediately recognize just what was not a second thought, a letting you pass moment. They all do the double take at this point, all like 4 or 5 people here.
It's so avant-garde.
Excuse me, Friedrich! And the tiny little like shrimp folk with like a masquerade mask just drops the mask, snip, and just bolts, and just is gone. Like straight through to backstage, trying to is like disappearing out of sight to clearly go and rat on you. And that's my GM intrusion. Your presence is going to be outed to every single person, including security in the backstage, in a matter of seconds.
There's no way to intercept that shrimp. That is the speediest shrimp I've ever seen.
So I will say, Berengaria, go ahead and take 1 XP, and go ahead and give another one to someone else that you rope into this to try and see if you can overcome the obstacle now.
I pick up Risubi. I panic, pick up Risubi.
Risubi, take an XP as well, and tell me how the two of you are going to try and defuse this.
I'm doing it.
I look you in the eyes. What are we gonna do?
Throw me.
Which way?
I'll just point at the dude who yelled Frederick.
Yeah, that would be the sort of manatee-like
The baritone?
The baritone.
The baritone? Okay, yeah. Throw me at the I'll just point in that direction.
Hold on. What if I do something really freaking silly here?
I mean, I'm all for it. You mean you're not already?
Well, so I'm practiced with medium weapons, right?
Oh my
so
god.
what if I just toss up Risubi? And because Risubi is clearly shielded and armored by this pot, right? Which is definitely like made out of like plastic. Otherwise it'd be a terrible prop, right? And I just baseball bat Risubi.
Yes.
You lob and baseball bat Risubi at this guy's face.
As right before you do it, I go, run.
Okay, absolutely. So this is gonna be a might task, because again, you're working against water pressure here. Do you like just resistance? So I'm going to say difficulty 3 might task
Uh-huh. Okay.
to successfully bat Risubi into the baritone's face.
All right. I'm trained with this weapon. If that will lower that as an asset.
I would say that just having training means that you don't have a hindrance.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's totally fair.
Can I help by like also aiming myself at this thing's face?
Using your own sort of like little backpack.
Yeah, using my
thing that you used to get around.
propel
Yeah,
myself in that direction
You're
after
helping,
getting launched.
so I'll say,
Yeah.
but you're helping as the projectile in question that takes it down to a difficulty 2.
That's so funny. Okay, I will use a level of effort here. Yes. That is a 12.
12.
Oh my god.
You two describe this to me. You lob him, he says, run. And then what happens?
I just smirk at him. All right, you've got this. You're the only squirrel I know. Buck.
What inspirational words.
And I will
Bam.
immediately latch on to the face and just start like not like clawing the eyes out, but just like, you know, like if you're not expecting a rodent on your face, it's the scariest thing. And then from there, jump to another person's face nearby, and then just cause a commotion and just try and make an opening for them to get out of here in the chaos.
So, to recap, skitter, your singing is great. Free drink, snap, snap, run, throw me, you're the only squirrel I know, slam, and then...
Yeah, pretty much.
What is happening?
Jumping from person to person, in and out of clothing, and then just to give
Everyone
them...
else, that's like everyone, you all get out. Berengaria, Bahari, Calliope, you are gone. Risubi, you're taking one for the team here as you are just like completely terrorizing this small group of opera performers. Meanwhile, Bunk.
Yes.
In your wake is just the shattered remains of several lesser sort of security drones. You've shot off like 3 or 4 security cameras just nonchalantly as you move through.
There are parallel heists going on here, and they're very different tones.
Yeah. As you close the final gap here towards the access, you're gliding along through the water. You reach the access panel at the far end of the corridor that'll kind of unlock and remove the last barrier to the sort of backstage ground floor. You start to feel like this horrible lurching feeling, like your stomach was left behind like 3 meters back and your brain is just shot forward a further 3 meters in front of you. Go ahead and give me a might task difficulty 6 to resist this effect. It is the same difficulty as the cipher that you used.
That came back to bite me, huh? I'm gonna try and use some effort here to knock this down a little bit.
Okay, you can use a level of effort. It'll be difficulty 5. 15 or higher succeeds in resisting the effect.
That's an 8.
Unfortunately, yeah, as your perception snaps back into like one kind of fold back into yourself, bodily continuity returning to you in this horribly sort of distressing way, you realize with a nauseating and woozy feeling that the module has run its course, and whatever benefits it provided you, it now will exact commensurate cost. For the next few minutes, any task of any sort that you attempt will be hindered by 1 step.
Sure.
Can I offer an XP in these trying times?
Are you sure you don't want to keep
resist
it?
the effect?
It's going to be a tough roll for me regardless, but so up to you.
What was the difficulty?
5 after I'd lowered it.
After effort.
So 15.
15.
15 or higher will succeed, yeah.
It's gonna be a nat 20, so I'm gonna give you. Oh man,
I'm gonna feel so bad when it's not, but here we go.
It's gonna be a nat 20. I'm gonna give you.
Oh my god!
Oh my god.
Wow.
18. It is an 18. Explain
How-
how this works to me here. Like, what's?
I want to know
does-
what
does
Calliope
Bunk
did.
remember in this moment? Yeah.
There's a flashback to right after Bunk committed the assassination. Where Bunk and Calliope are crouched in a hallway together, and Bunk, did you perform it with a long range weapon? Did you have blood on you?
We were in the same room. It was short range.
Mm,
He just didn't expect it.
yeah. I imagine it being one of Bunk's first acts of real violence. Bunk is pretty terrified, and Calliope is terrified too, but looking at Bunk with their old chassis, big round eyes from when they were on land, they put their hands on your shoulders and they say, Bunk, breathe. You're in control. You're in control.
Finally in control.
And we smack back to reality here, to this present moment, and you find yourself mouthing those same words. As the nauseating effect passes out of your mind, through your body, out your feet, and you realize, yeah, you are in control. Looking back at what you've wrought in your escape, you take a deep breath through the stolen rebreather, and you can move forward, unhindered.
I will do that. I am on the lookout for anyone who has, because you're supposed to, left their phone off stage.
You're looking for any kind of communication device that may be...
I'm gonna straight up, I'm gonna call Berengaria because absolutely they've texted me before. I'm gonna straight up just use a phone. Can I do that?
Well, here's what I will say. You can open up the hatch into the backstage area. I will need 2 simultaneous tasks. An intellect task, difficulty 3, to perceive as subtly as possible, to kind of poke your head out and get the lay of the land and see where people are and if you can move through the space undetected. And then a difficulty 4 speed task to stealth your way out, to not be seen as you do this.
All right. Because I just got my my specialization with stealth, that automatically lowers it by 2, right?
Yes, you are specialized, not just trained, but in fact super trained in stealth, so that'll lower it by 2. So the perception intellect will be still difficulty 3, but the speed stealth will be a 2.
All right, let's just try for a normal roll. Difficulty 3 to find a phone. That's a 1. Intrude upon me.
Okay.
And can I still stealth just to not be seen? Is that, or did I fully bungle this?
No.
Okay.
I'll take my intrusion, but whether or not you're seen, we'll find out.
14 on the stealth, so at least
14.
nobody's
So
looking at me.
You poke your head out into the backstage, and you immediately see most of the remaining cast are waiting for their cues. They're ready to go and hit their marks out on stage here as it's approaching kind of like the finale. You're in the last 20 minutes or so of the production. Not necessarily that Bunk would be like super familiar with this particular opera, but
There's an energy about it.
There's
Yeah.
an energy about it. And you see, shooting into the backstage area from the east wing is a small shrimp-like Ostracan man with a little pencil mustache made of his little like curly whiskers, and wearing just like this kind of resplendent sort of like ballroom dancing outfit, and his little beady eyes on his eye stalks there, just like blinking rapidly. He's looking around, just trying to find, and you see him approach the leader of another Valthuran fire team, who are moving through the backstage and point back towards the East Wing dressing rooms. So you see that much, but you can't interact with it without being seen. And you can see as immediately the leader of that fire team gives a signal, and all 3 of his sort of underlings, the other squad members, they break off into formation and start taking up positions, basically waiting for something to come out of those dressing rooms.
All right. How many are going that way?
3, and then the fire team captain is staying back at a sort of vantage point to continue giving tactical orders.
What do I see around me?
So in the backstage here, there are elements of set design that have been moved off. So there's, again, some like large sort of false reefs with like complex sort of, like they're all bedazzled and filled with sort of like complex LCD lights and stuff. And then there's a rack of like prop weapons with a couple of like narwhal horn rapiers.
Ooh, all right. Are any of the sets like are things on pulleys or on weights, like to move them back and forth?
Yes, there's a sort of like a seaweed hempen like rope pulley system to kind of move some of the larger set elements in and out from like stage left and stage right.
I would like to drop a curtain on them very quickly. Can I add a weight to something and try and cut a rope before they get through a door? Just to inconvenience them for a second.
Fun. Okay.
It's gonna be Zorro for the rest of the time. I just need you to know that.
So you're not hindered anymore, so that's nice.
Yeah.
This is gonna be another 2 tasks immediately. Intellect
Sure.
task, difficulty 4, to see if you can do complex trigonometry and follow the weights and measures to understand which specific rope you'd have to cut.
Okay, fine. Difficulty
And
4?
then- Yep.
Because I'm gonna let you know, it's gonna happen regardless, and we'll just see if I get it right, even if I fail this.
Yeah.
That's another one.
Oh my god.
You're just num num num. Give me those
Tell me-
exclusions.
Can
I
Is there
please-
any?
Can I give this an XP? Because this feels like something we would have talked about before.
But it'd be so funny if the curtain just dropped on me instead. That's Hanna-Barbera stuff. Like,
It's on the table if you want it.
sure, I'll try again. I'll put a
Okay.
little effort into it because you're being nice.
Sure. You apply effort.
Sure. Oh my
re-roll,
god. Difficulty
so a 9 or
3.
higher will succeed.
Okay. If I get a 1 again, I swear.
That'd be so funny.
You get a 2.
You got a 2.
That's what it's like. I'm actually.
You there's a flashback and Rasubi's trying to teach you about all the different simple machines, pulleys, and shit, you know?
My eyes keep darting over to my guns that you made me put down so I'd focus.
Oh, what was it while you were both working on the motorcycle?
Yeah.
Defo. Yeah.
Definitely, yeah.
There are 6 simple machines that all complex machines are made of.
Okay. So, because you failed this task,
Yes.
I need you to give me a difficulty 6
Huh.
speed task
Okay.
to see if you can quickly cut the correct rope. It is difficulty 6 because it's a wild guess. Technically possible you'll guess the right one, but only on an 18 or higher will you do it.
I will lower the difficulty by 1 if you don't terribly mind.
You
This
can
is
do
good.
that.
This is good.
Oh my god, I'm not 20!
Wow!
Oh my god.
Wow!
Yeah.
You're just.
I
lucky.
just quietly to myself, I just close my eyes and shoot simple machines, my ass. I'm just gonna shoot a rope.
So you do have a flashback where you're trying to remember what Risubi taught you, and you think, this is not the way of the warrior. Like,
The way of the
and you
nerd.
completely disregard it, randomly slice one of the ropes.
That is so fucking funny.
Cosmically good.
And
Oh,
exactly as you planned, because of course it is, because, I mean, this is fated to happen. A large counterweight and a piece of, like, the lighting and rigging just comes it comes loose from the ceiling and just drops.
so slowly, like a ghost. Like this heavy thing. Like
Yeah, it's not buoyant. You are underwater, so, like, it doesn't fall with, like, crushing speed, but it does unexpectedly, like, there's a curtain attached that kind of comes off as well, and kind of like they're all caught under it and are trying to, like, push their way out, and no one can move quickly enough. And this massive piece of, like, heavy metal machinery pins all 3 of the fire team members down. And immediately there's shouts, there's the sound of, like, grinding metal. And this is just as Berengaria, Bahari, and Calliope come bursting out of the dressing rooms, and you can see this has just transpired. You see one Valthuran Marine with like captain's stripes near the insignia on the uniform, looking just flabbergasted, just fumbling for his sidearm as he sees the three of you bust out wearing your ridiculous outfits. What do you all do? I'm gonna say you get the jump on him. You get you all get a turn before any initiative would have to be rolled in this instance.
I wave.
That's doing with our turns. We all wave.
Oh my god!
GM's like, you get a surprise round. We're like, yay, hi, friend.
Surprise, it's me.
Surprise! Hey, what's up? No,
We can't attack.
Yeah, no, Calliope is an obligate pacifist. Does Bahari do anything in this immediate instant to try and basically prevent this man from pulling his gun?
Bahari has been wanting to fight something for so long, but none of the enemies have been attackable. They've all been just suffering and loss and pain, and you can't actually hurt those. But there's finally someone in front of Bahari that she can hurt, and she doesn't have to feel bad about it.
Come on.
Self-defense, yeah.
Yeah, and she knows that, he looks like he's wearing a lot of heavy armor, and it'll be really hard to break through that, especially without hurting everyone else around. So Bahari just tries to center herself and use an ability that she's never used before, because she just wants to stop this person from shooting anybody or hurting anyone. So Bahari is going to use Onslaught. And I'll read that one out for people who may not know what it is. Okay. Grab there we go. You attack a foe using energies that assail either their physical form or their mind. In this case, because the enemy is not robotic and is wearing armor, we're going straight for the brain, so he will not be able to fire. He's going to be taking some damage.
Yeah, absolutely.
It costs 1 intellect point, but I have an edge intellect, so
that's free for you.
Yep.
And there's no attack roll necessary for this, right? It's
nope, it just inflicts 2 points of intellect damage and ignores armor entirely.
Yeah.
I'll put it in the, hold on.
I love that. So you see him fumbling for his sidearm, watching just this random act of just Deus Ex Machina. It seems like just these set elements just completely drop on his entire fire team. You all burst out. What does it look like as you do this, Bahari?
So because Bahari is using energy directly taken from the rift, she's kind of rippling in and out, and they may not even see where the attack is coming from.
Yeah. It's almost like if you were to visualize it at all, you kind of ripple in and out of visibility, and then there's just these tiny translucent, not quite in phase shards of just half solid correlite energy that form almost like a halo around his head, and all at once hover there for a second and then jam inwards and just pierce into his mind, causing him to just reel and just convulse for a moment. And he drops the weapon and just kind of floats away a little bit, giving you all an opportunity to keep moving through.
The hand of God is saying, stop that.
Bunk, you can witness all of this unseen as well, as you've just cut that rope, and now all of you except for Risubi are in the backstage area, causing a very audible commotion, but you have pinned down and neutralized 3 of the 4 targets back here, and the other one is disarmed. In this moment, what is Risubi doing?
I think at some point, in all of the chaos that is being caused, Risubi darts into a coat rack or something and just stealths back into the vents to make his way to box 6 in the east wing.
Fantastic. Initial stealth, so this is going to be a speed task. Only going to be difficulty 2 to get away from everybody, since you have them all startled and none of them are particularly trained in any kind of combat scenario. They're all very flustered.
Sure. I'll apply my stealth skill to this.
Hell yeah. So difficulty 1, 3 or higher, and you get away unseen.
19.
On a 19.
There we go.
Just as soon as this strange alien creature appeared and started clawing all over all of their faces and getting under all their costumes, just as quickly as he appeared, he is gone.
I like to imagine that for like a solid minute afterward, they're still screaming. They're like, they think they see me, or they're like punching coat racks and piles of clothes.
Where did it go?
Overturning waste baskets. It's just.
It's a lot of just like tossing over, like flipping tables, like
Like Arkham guards.
Yeah.
It's the bet.
It's the
They all have a
baritone is
new
just, like,
sleep paralysis demon. It was like resuming.
the baritone merfolk just like floats up and is like on the ceiling like Baron Harkonnen, and like it's just like no. So yeah, you're in the walls. From here, you are once again moving through parts of the sort of mechanical underbelly of this structure that were not listed explicitly on the blueprint. So this is going to be an intellect task for sort of mechanical knowledge and navigation. This is going to be difficulty 4 for you to find your way inside, basically, the interchange between sort of like water reoxygenation and sort of like the air filtration system that moves. And you basically, if you find the interchange, switch over and move up to the drier parts of the installation.
Cool. You said 4. Can I apply my eye for detail and just sort of, having seen the blueprints, everything, can I apply general knowledge to that too? Reduce it 2 levels?
I would say that your general knowledge of the blueprints, and also you do have because that's like your mechanical engineering knowledge, and then eye for detail. I think both would account for this.
Yeah,
sure.
just so that I can get through doorways a lot easier. Okay, cool.
It's feasible to me that you would have volunteered for this specifically because you know your instincts would be good.
Great. 7. Oh, wow, that was close.
Okay. Even with your knowledge of how these systems would mechanically have to function, it is extremely difficult for you to find your way. It takes you several minutes of just kind of like squeezing through extremely tight pipes and just kind of like sidling your way up vertical shafts, and eventually you find your way where you kind of break through the water and you find you're in kind of like a pressurization tank, which is deeply uncomfortable. The air pressure is like crushing in here. You eventually find like an access panel that you can kind of like elbow out and you roll into like a proper sort of air filtration vent. Immediately as you roll through, it begins to like radically depressurize, and like it almost trips an alarm before a sort of emergency force field kicks back up, repressurizing the space you had to like tuck and roll out of. And with all that, you do find yourself moving through vents. Visibly, you can see, like every time you cross by one of the sort of like slatted areas of the sort of vents here, you're kind of moving along the upper corner of the ceiling of the East Wing dry dock mezzanine. You are very close to the box seat number 6, where Defense Minister Orman Rain is slated to be for tonight's performance.
Okay.
Having succeeded at that, we're going to rejoin everyone else backstage. Bunk, you have just witnessed as Bahari has moved back alongside. Yeah, you witnessed like your 3 of your 4 friends burst in just in time as like you have triggered this trap to completely neutralize the sort of oncoming threat. They all look like they're decked out in, again, just like denim jacket, feather boa, and like sunglasses, and like antique farmer's outfit, and like just a massive scarf on Berengaria as they come in, and they just kind of like wave and like
I would love to swim.
Perform this attack. Oh yeah.
I was gonna just hug Bonk.
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll return the hug and just, damn, those disguises, I barely recognized y'all.
Does that come out like super fast?
No, it wore off.
No, it
Oh,
wore
wore
off.
off. Okay.
And
I
then,
got wore off several minutes ago. Yeah.
we both turned to look at Bahari.
I just wanted to. Are you okay?
I'm fine, darling. You did real good. Let's disarm them real quick and haul ass if y'all don't mind.
Oh, yes.
At this
yes.
point, yeah, the captain is recovering from this mental attack.
I kick him in the head and I take his gun.
We can just narrativize that.
I take my
absolutely.
scarf and I throw it on him so he gets all tangled up in it.
Yep.
Yes.
You tie it a little too
Insult
tight around
bitch.
the neck, and it's really uncomfortable.
Calliope
Kinda chafes.
swims up behind Bunk and just looks them up and down. And Bunk, on next to your elbow, you just feel a sharp pain as they
the
insert
hell?
a syringe in you. Your insides are screaming right now.
Yeah, I was drugged, but by a friend it helped me get out. We should explain it far away. I don't want no one to hear who it was.
Okay.
Yeah, Adam, if I know a thing about opera houses, it's that backstage is huge, and there are a lot of different places for things to be because sets are under the floor and behind the wall. And so, is there a place where we can like book and tuck in?
I would say that your instinct for hiding yourself in cramped or not obvious places would count as an asset towards everyone taking a speed task to hide in the backstage area immediately, on top of the anecdote. So that'll take this down from a difficulty 4 to difficulty 2 for all 4 of you to hide yourselves in very kind of not obvious or not very perceptible ways before what happens next.
So I don't roll it all then, right, Adam?
It's difficulty 4.
Difficulty
Let's see.
2, and then my
then-
stealth is just
Oh, the asset you provide, was for all 4. Yeah, so you don't even have to roll. You
Cool.
like, in this instance, because of the advantageous position you're in, having neutralized all of the threats immediately, you're good to go. Everyone else just give me a difficulty 2 speed task to see if you can all hide yourselves before something's going on out there. So let's
17. I am stealth.
heck yeah.
Absolutely. Are extremely stealth.
I am darkness. Shadows.
Mr. Bear.
No.
Okay.
Oh.
I've
Oh
got.
dear.
I'm gonna toss an XP Calliope's way if that's fine.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay, so go ahead and do the
I
reroll,
just-
and if you succeed, I would love to hear the narrativizing of this.
Come on, Calliope.
6 or higher from Calliope. Let's see it.
All right. Easy. I failed again.
Oh!
Wow.
It hurts.
Rolled
Wow.
a 5.
Initial 2, rerolled 5. Bunk, you try and like hiss out some directions, like, no, not there, but it's too late. Everyone else successfully hides themselves. Calliope, you are unfortunately in plain sight as what happens next transpires. So there is chaos backstage. I would say at this point, a significant portion of the Valthuran military force stationed in occupying positions around the interior of the theater have either been outright killed, incapacitated, or disarmed. And now there is basically the immediate sort of chaos of you dropping like several pieces of like important theater gear and just kind of like shattering them in the backstage. There's a lot of shouting, like gasps and yelps of pain. There's all sorts of just like little things that have all kind of added up and become less and less ignorable. And as you all kind of take your positions, Calliope, you notice as the curtain opens wide and you are standing dead center main stage.
You've got this.
The Lizzie McGuire moment.
Break a
A
thin.
few things become immediately obvious to you. One is that there is a sudden gathering of further Valthuran troops barricading all exits. You can see at the back of house where the aquatic guests would be filtering in, those exits back to the sort of foyer outside the gathering area, there are full fire teams of Valthuran Marines posted at each and every one of them, turning them basically into security checkpoints. This whole place is, you've been kettled. Secondly, you'll notice that absolutely this was supposed to be a climactic moment of a major musical number. It's like there was like a big aria going on. And the curtain is supposed to open, revealing a backdrop that is not there because the mechanism that releases the backdrop has been used to pin 3 men to the ground. And
Yes.
Immediately, the aria just kind of like falters and goes flat as the sort of this soprano, this beluga whale looking merfolk woman turns around and just kind of like loses focus and just kind of gawks at you for a moment. Just goes quiet completely. In turn, the pit falls into disarray, kind of losing the beat, and shortly thereafter the plot, and then the conductor, visibly perturbed, calls the whole ensemble to a halt. You can hear like the sort of squeaking of out of tune, like as different instruments stop at different times. Like, what are we doing? There is an audible murmuring through the whole crowd of the various sort of Sonaspari folk and Ostracans and merfolk out there, all of the sort of like glitz and glamour of the upper crust of the occupation. You can see Calliope boxes 1, 2, and 4 all go dark, opaque, as they have activated their privacy screens. What do you do immediately?
To be.
Yes, this is the
Like, yeah,
question.
what's the call?
That would be funny. I don't think Calliope would do that. I think I would do that.
The Homer Simpson into the hedge. Just
Are there weapons trained on me?
Not yet. Not
Ooh.
for like you don't have like you're not like a painted target at this point. Everyone's still trying to get their bearings as to what's going on.
Okay. You know what? Calliope is gonna keep the shades on and has the outfit on. You hear the voice modulator crackling. What was my line again?
Yes.
can I lower the curtain, please?
I'm gonna take a GM intrusion.
No!
Oh god.
Oh god.
Calliope, take 2 XP and give 1 to someone else here to try and bring them in here as I explain what happens. Immediately, as soon as you say this, another crackling electronic sound scrapes across the theater, and the by now familiar voice of Cadmus Kyrulus begins booming throughout the spherical theatrical space via an sort of intercom system as he says, "Good evening, honored guests. Please remain calm. The night's festivities will continue apace in but a moment, I assure you. And pay no heed to any small hiccups or irregularities or sour notes, as it were. Think of this instead as just one more memorable facet of an unforgettable night." And immediately, like before the intercom cuts off, he accidentally like doesn't hit the button quite quickly. And he's like, "Get me Marianus now!" And now you have weapons trained on you.
Given XP to Bunk.
Oh god. Okay.
Oh no.
Can I close the curtain? Or I probably am not anywhere near it. Okay. Okay.
If you want
I'm
me
gonna-
to throw you up in the air and then baseball bat you.
Real good at that, actually.
10 out
I'm
of 10 would recommend.
I am going to walk out on stage and stand in front of Calliope.
I love
There
it.
is an audible collective gasp
Oh
as
my
the
god.
And
wanted criminal, the renegade prince, who was scheduled for execution, just struts out on stage. Immediately, you can hear like a readjustment, a slight shuffling, as about a dozen Coralite rifles readjust their aim slightly, all to focus on you instead, Bunk. You can hear like the and then like a as like there's a sniper somewhere perched like above in like the lighting area. Like you can like Calliope, you can see the red dot right on their chest.
Calliope is starting to take off their disguise.
Bunk will come. Cadmus Carolus! You've no more puppet prince to speak for you, coward. And your men below are dead. This bastardization of Sonaspar opera will not stand. This is a blight. You have kettled these people in here, trapped them in their own home. It is a shame, sir. You are not welcome here this night or any night. Your men can shoot us down now. But all that will be is a reflection of your cowardice and what you truly represent. Not art, not beauty, a murderer. A power-hungry coward of a murderer. So take your best shot, Cadmus. You will never have Sonaspar.
Whew. It is right about this time, Risubi, that you roll out and are kind of like skittering along through the ventilation system of the east side dry dock mezzanine. You hear almost all of that as Bunk's voice carries through the acoustics of the space.
Ooh, okay. I think Risubi does some quick calculations. We still need to get up.
Yep.
So I'm just going to continue on with the objective here. It's things are have drastically changed, but that doesn't change the fact that we still need DNA and voice sample from a high-ranking official. So this is going to be like Risubi wants to get this done quick so he can go help out and do something.
Yeah.
To either protect Bunk, who's out in the stage, or divert attention. But for the moment, we need that. This is the only chance that we have to get credentials.
Love this. So you're gonna have to like buckle down. You hear this. You can see through the sort of like transparent viewing screen here. Like there's this entire tube that you're moving through. It's contained within fully transparent tempered Coralite glass.
Yeah.
So you can see the stage from here, and you just have to like, no, I can't.
Yeah, there's a brief pause where I look out and then continue onwards.
You make your way directly to where the vent you can see a cross out of the vent in the ceiling here at the main entrance to box seat 6.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell me what your next move is going to be, and then we'll resolve a couple of things and see how that goes.
Okay. I want to get into this box and either just very quickly turn on the recorder to get any speech from Ormond Rain, and also like if he's been drinking some champagne or half-eaten cookie or something, like dabbed his stupid lips on a stupid napkin, just something, anything I can get my hands on quickly. I don't, at this point, stealth, not a big deal, just fast.
Okay. You can bust out of the vent and then scurry over to you can see through the end of the hallway here. It's not occupied. You can bust out, no roll. You can kind of tumble down, 3-point landing, scurry up squirrel style onto the wall, and start trying to hack into the security panel on his door. This will be a direct intellect hacking task, base difficulty 5.
Okay. All right, here we go. I'm took on computational hacking. I'd like to apply that to this.
Yes, you do have that as a skill. That'll take it down to difficulty 4.
Okay. Would mechanical also work for this, or is that already covered by hacking?
This is specifically like a security terminal. This is a thing that you are hacking to bypass having to it's keyed to the biometrics of the specific occupant of the box, the person who's ticketed. So
Okay.
you don't have his thumbprint, you don't have so you just have to try and
Got
hack
it.
the security thing. It's not it's only the one is going to apply.
Okay. How about eye for detail?
Eye for detail, I will allow to apply to this as well. Since
Okay.
this is some very fine, small work, you're gonna have to basically bust open a security panel on the wall and just start rewiring shit.
I know which circuits will actually cause the opposite effect of what I want. Okay. And I'd like to apply a level of effort to this.
Okay, digging deep, pulling some points from your intellect pool on top of everything else. You have managed to take this from a difficulty 5 down to 2.
Okay. I just want to make sure I get these points right. I have 2 edge in intellect. So if I spend 1 level of effort, it costs 1.
1 point.
That's
it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here we go. Level of effort 1. Submit.
Yes.
14.
14. Okay. Success. So you are fiddling around inside this panel. You've removed it. You have a multi-tool. You kind of unscrew the faceplate panel, kind of slide it off, and you kind of dig in, and your whole front half of your squirrel body is inside the wall now, and you're holding several pieces of wire in your teeth while you're working on several others, and you finally make the rewiring connection. You twist the last thing off. You kind of flip the circuit breaker back on, and you hear the sort of telltale whooshing of the door sliding open. But before that, we are going to cut back to what was happening this whole time out on the main stage. Berengaria and Bahari, the two of you are still in hiding, just kind of watching all this transpire. I don't know if either of you think you have anything you can do to try and help, but you can also clearly see and sense that both Calliope and Bunk have dozens of weapons trained on them at this moment. No one has fired yet. There's about 5-6 seconds of just a pregnant pause after Bunk says, just take your best shot.
I have a thing. So
where are we hidden? Can we hear each other, or are you hidden on the other side of the backstage?
We can say that you're hidden near each other. That's totally fine.
Okay. I will presume that we have some kind of communicators on us.
Yes.
I'll reach up and buzz and say, "We could use your help right now. I think go. Go is the word. Green light, go." And I would like to activate the asset of the cast-offs, who maybe have infiltrated the crowd.
I would say this is a very exclusive event where every ticketed member of the Sonaspari crowd would have been. We're talking corrupt judges and business leaders and the very small circle of people who would have benefited from the occupation while still being native Sonaspari citizens. I'll say that.
Perhaps it might make more sense that they're part of the mechanical crew, the lighting rig.
Yeah, they infiltrated the crew. That's cool.
I would say that there's 1 or 2 members of the cast-offs who, yes, based on your, they definitely had sympathizers who were gaffers and lighting crew, and when you call for it, 2 things happen immediately. All the house lights turn off, the whole space goes completely dark, and outside, we're gonna just cut to a scene outside, across the street, as Jetsam is just kind of floating, arms crossed. They've got a little toothpick and their little razor sharp moray teeth. They kind of just swirl it around with their tongue and spit it out. Yeah, all right, I think that's our cue. And immediately, the silhouettes of about 30 more members of the cast-offs move in out of the darkness, all brandishing just bats with nails in them, and just makeshift rusty harpoons and old decommissioned coralite rifles, and they just start march swimming right towards the front gates of the Maristella Opera House. Several sharks still visible swirling overhead and they're just gonna start sowing some chaos and making some hay and start breaking shit.
So the lights are off, right, Adam?
Lights off immediately. The plant in the lighting room has been pulled.
I am expecting gunfire in the dark because these people don't care about human life. So I'm going to say to Calliope, like, I can keep the distraction rolling. Y'all better get us a car and tell me where to meet you. And if you don't mind, Adam, I would like to swim up to where I knew the whale soprano was in the dark and say, I think you best come with me. And I would like to pull her off stage.
A bunch of stuff is happening here. You tell Calliope, run, get the hell out of Dodge. Berengaria and Bahari. Berengaria, like, you know that your ploy has worked. As soon as the lights are cut, there's just again gasp throughout the whole house. You can hear like the intercom screeching, like someone's trying to reach for like the button as Cadmus can't, like he's like clearly like fumbling around in his box seat. Everyone can kind of hear, slightly just muffled over the din of the crowd, Prince Urati from his box seat just screaming, just like, just fire, just shoot them, and
Calliope is going to, in the dark, just grab Bunk's wrist and put a communicator in their hand.
Oh, thank God. Thank you.
You to reintegrate into like,
And just says, be careful. Ormond Rain's ship.
Oh, hell. I'll see you soon. That'll be fun. Yeah, Adam, if you don't mind, I will escort in a kind of I am armed and you have to come with me right now move with the beluga soprano, if that's okay.
This is going to be an intimidation kind of task here. This is going to be, I'll say, intellect. It being dark is an asset. You having the sound of a weapon basically like clearly audible on you and like the glow of the coral light charging up counts as another asset, taking this down from a difficulty 3 to 1. There's a very good chance that she'll be able to control herself enough to like go along with it.
I just made it with a 3.
Oh.
You can see like the flash of fear in her eyes. She's like, she thinks like for a moment that the last place she wants to be is anywhere with you. It's dark, maybe I can get away, but then you just squeeze your hand a little bit tighter around hers and convey maybe a little bit of like your genuine intent. And you just get this like, as your eyes are adjusting to the darkness, now you can just make out the framing of her face against the dark, and you can just hear just kind of nod a little bit, eyes wide, and she follows you. Okay. Risubi, the door slides open, you whip in just in time to see the lights cut, and immediately there are, like, you can see just framed, silhouetted against, like, the hazy light of, like, a console or, like, a single wrist computer is the only light source in the room now. Ormond Drain had a full fire team of 4 Marines with him in there as well. And they are all just, like, immediately murmuring to each other, giving orders, and they're, like, talking about, like, you know, spreading out, forming a perimeter.
Okay.
I would say stealth check here. So speed, task, stealth, difficulty is only going to be 2 because it's very, very dark, to see if basically this is a fate roll to see if anyone of them like steps on you as they step outside onto the mezzanine.
Okay. Yeah, I'll apply my stealth skill as a squirrel to this, bringing it down to 1.
Just 1?
Yeah.
3 or higher, and no one will brush up against you and know you're there.
Wait.
6.
6 succeeds. All 4 of you immediately press yourself up against the door frame, and like just suck in your little squirrel belly, and they just all spread out and take up wider points around, like in an arc on the mezzanine walkway, leaving Ormond Rain alone in that chamber.
I am going to, if I can, like in the brief moment, did I see anything like a whiskey glass or like a cheese platter? Or I don't know. What do rich people eat? Like,
yeah,
imported foie gras.
Yeah, like some kind of just absolutely decadent meal. Yeah, let's say this will be intellect task for perception. This is gonna be real hard. Difficulty 5. Eye for detail will apply, so let's take that down automatically to 4.
Okay.
To see if you caught something in the split second before the lights cut.
Great. I'll just straight roll that then.
Okay.
Yeah. 3.
Okay.
Ooh, oh,
Can we do? Oh, go ahead.
can I use an XP?
Would you like to?
Yes.
If you both agree on this, then yeah, go ahead and re-roll, and then if it's a success, let's narrativize how Berengaria helped.
Okay. Let's see. So you said 4 has automatically applied. 18.
Ooh.
18. Okay, what is it about Berengaria's influence that allows him to just like succeed in this moment?
I like to imagine that the time that Rasubi has spent inside of my briefcase has exposed him to the variety of junk that I've picked up along the way. And clearly we get Valthuran ambassadors coming in through the Schoolmasters Guild quite often. And there's some of their shit in there. So, there's like a distinct style that they have that perhaps might illuminate this.
It was training for I Spy tournaments. Like,
oh yeah, basically at that point you had to.
He now has hoarder vision. He can see through piles of mess with the speed of light.
I love this. So here's what you see.
Okay.
As like the lights just are gone, but like your brain fills in, like backfills in what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
There's a very curious like hip flask, unscrewed, open, sitting on a sort of sitting on the table in front of him in the box seat, and its design is distinctly nothing like anything you've seen out of sort of like Valthuran high fashion. It appeared to have what looked like almost like old medieval heraldry. It had like an embossed, almost draconic design on it.
That's pretty classy, not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm swiping that. Like, I'm using my, beast senses or whatever to just try and get up to where it was placed. Swipe it, and
your scouter also would just have night vision in this
moment.
moment.
Oh, it would. Okay, we didn't specify that so beforehand. So I was like, I don't want to use that. And just anyway,
you succeeded on the perception check. I'm gonna say you have it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm gonna swipe it, if at all possible.
You can move in, and I'll say this one is you're gonna get right in front of this guy's nose as he's like swiveling around trying to get his bearings. So you're gonna get real close to him.
Yeah.
Speed stealth task. This is gonna be difficulty 6. You're basically
6.
like you're gonna get so close that like he would be able to smell you, basically. Like.
Ooh. Is this also applied to the swiping of the actual thing?
Yes, this is all like you getting in, swiping, and getting out one roll.
Can I apply my pickpocketing skill?
You absolutely can. I didn't even know you had this.
So
Pickpocketing and stealth will lower this 2 steps, right? Because you have stealth.
Yeah,
training thing. Yeah.
Down to a 4.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think I will apply effort to this. I have no edge in my speed pool, so it's going to cost the full 3.
Yep.
The full 3.
But it's now a difficulty 3 task to see if you can get in, swipe the cap for the DNA sample, and get out. And you have the voice recorder going too.
That's right. 20.
Okay.
The speediest squirrel.
Like you parkour, backflip your way up onto the table, swipe without a single sound. You don't even scrape it along the table. It's like you lift it up a millimeter and like twist it under your arm and just tuck and roll out of there. And you.
I'd like to do something here.
Absolutely.
I do this awesome like Dick Grayson thing where I snatch the thing, minimal decibels, land without a sound. I take a moment, just a quick brief pause to look at Ormond Rain, just confused in the darkness.
Yeah.
And I'm going to, like a phantom in the night, just go, Ormond Rain, you are on the wrong side of history. Sonaspar, and Sonaspar needs strong minds like yourself. And I'm gonna leave.
He's completely still that whole time. As soon as you start talking, he stops like moving around and looking. And as you're as you're receding from the room,
it's like a slink, you know. It's not like
Yeah,
a
you
just
see
a
it.
fuck out of here. It's like a slink.
yeah, slinking away. You can hear it mutter to no one in particular.
Yes, no Sonaspar does need minds like mine. More than you know.
And he gets on a communicator, and you just hear a couple of words, not particularly clearly. It's not him using his like standard sort of like little like Star Trek-y like TOS flip phone one. He's using like a secondary secret communicator like behind you.
Asset may be in the wind. Deploy Stygia.
I got that on recording, right?
Yes.
Rasubi is so puzzled, like it freezes, and then hears whatever commotion's going on, and we'll continue forward with the mission.
Meanwhile,
This is questions for another day.
Oh my god, I had goosebumps starting from my toes and they went up my legs and up
Just
my
all the way.
spine.
Bunk, you've got this beluga whale like merfolk woman by the hand as she kind of like acquiesces to recede into the darkness of the backstage with you.
What do you want with me?
I just didn't want you to get shot, darling. You heard the prince.
You have a gun? You could just as easily.
I'm not interested in your death. I'm on your side, no matter what they told you. It's not gonna be long before they're back here to find us. And I wanted to... And it's gonna be all right, because I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. But we have time for something real quick, something I want you to know.
What are you talking about?
How does this opera end? How do they end the
What?
play? What did...
about-
Tell me how the show ends.
I'm getting the hell out of here. I'm not finishing the fucking show.
You shouldn't finish their show. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They rewrote the story. And they took all the heart out of it. The first thing Urati and his horrible family did when they brought me down here was bring me to the opera. I was alone. My family were slaughtered. I had nobody in this strange place, and I never thought I'd see the sun or the sand ever again. But do you know what happened?
What happened?
Everybody started singing. The people on stage, the people in the seats. They all came together and made something beautiful. I was so afraid until that moment, because the people of Sonaspar wanted to make something together. Valthur will never understand it. They were going to shoot anything that moved tonight as soon as I walked on that stage. They've kettled everyone in here. That gun may have been pointed at me, but it might as well have been pointed at you, or the people in the front row, or the people in the cheap seats. They don't care about your life. You have a chance to walk back out there and show them what they do not understand and will never understand about Sonaspar.
I'm not gonna go out. They're gonna shoot me.
They won't. I told you I wasn't gonna let them.
And why should I trust you?
I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to trust you and all the people out there that are dying to remember what it's like to be in a free Sonaspar.
Go ahead and give me an intellect task, difficulty 6.
Oof.
This is an incitement check. You're going to this is you trying to change somebody's heart and instill them with the will of rebellion. And she's scared. So it's not going to be easy.
Can we say that in the time that we were hiding, I used my 10-minute just a quick recovery because
Absolutely.
goodness, my int is in bad shape.
You all hiding, yeah, you can take your second recovery.
Thank you.
That makes sense.
All right, I'm going to expend some effort here. I'm trying to see if there's anything else I can do to help myself because I do care about this. Let's just lower it by 1 for now. So difficulty 4?
Difficulty 5, actually.
Oh, 5,
so
yeah.
15
Ick.
or higher.
Come on, Bunk. No, it's a 13.
Okay.
Wait, I have the perfect thing. Can I?
I
give
actually
an
was hoping
XP?
it'd be you. I was hoping it'd be you.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, I love this. Yeah.
Okay. So in that moment where we were reunited in the hall, and I hugged you, I put something in your hand, Bunk.
Oh my god. What did you hand me?
It was a Nuck, and it was a shark tooth.
Can I pass, okay, so that's going to be a reroll. Adam, is there any chance, because these are physical objects I'm holding, can I
They count
try
as an
and
asset.
jimmy this into an asset? Oh,
Yes,
good.
that counts as an asset. You can re-roll at difficulty 4 instead. 12 or higher will succeed.
Come on. Oh, it's a failure.
No!
I can't do it. It can't happen.
She just pulls her hand away from you. I'm sorry. I can't be what you need me to be. This is ridiculous. I'm not gonna get killed for what? For you? How can you be so calm? They brought you here to kill you. Why are you like this? She's like backing away from you.
Because
this is, by the way, in earshot of both Berengaria and Bahari backstage. You are both
Oh, thank
in the
God.
darkness nearby.
I'm going to say, hopefully my friends will find me. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I will say to her, I'm calm because I know that the winds of change are coming, whether or not I'm alive. I'd love to be around to see it. But if I die, 5 more rise up. You can be one of them. And I gave you my word that your life will be protected, if it counts for anything at all.
Honestly, Calliope, you can be within earshot. Like, the 3 of you all hear this exchange going on.
I will slink out and I'll say, I'll protect you too. I'll do whatever I can. We have to stick together.
He also slinks out and says, "You've got me as well."
See, I told
Right.
that one to go get a car, and now they're just here because they never listen. Because Bunk is
We're here.
beaming.
Yeah, of course. And Bahari comes out and is like, "We're here because we want to protect everyone. That's why we're doing this."
I don't know who any of you are. Okay?
But you know how the story's supposed to end. What did they write out of it?
All of you? I won't be alone. Just promise me I won't be alone.
Never, ever, never again. Not in a free Sonaspar.
I will swim forward and gently put my hand on theirs and say, my name is Berengaria. Here's my ID. I work at the schoolmasters.
Okay.
I promise.
I'm gonna give this one to you, Berengaria. You
There we go.
ahead.
Okay.
So disarming in this moment.
Oh,
Same
I totally
intellect test.
got rid of my pirate hat, by the way.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Like-
say, similarly, it's starting as a base 5 intellect task persuasion. The asset coming from the fact that you have someone helping you out of your friends. And this counts as a pleasant social interaction.
Here's my ID. We are best friends.
Terrorists don't give you their ID. They just don't.
I'm gonna say
Here's
for you-
accountability. Literally,
You-
my name, my address, my social security number.
Yeah, for you, this is more your wheelhouse. This is an easier check for you. A 9 or higher
Oh my
will
gosh.
succeed.
Okay, I'll use a level of effort here.
A 6 or higher.
I rolled a 7.
And you roll a 7.
Hey,
It took all of you.
Ain't that just the theme?
It took all of you coming together to try and convince one person to step out on a ledge, to swim out on a limb here, and risk her life. But you look her in the eyes, and she looks back at you, Berengaria, and you can tell that she knows that if she doesn't do this, she knows exactly how this song is supposed to go. She knows how it was changed, how it was bastardized. She knows exactly what Bunk was talking about, what the experience of old Sonaspar opera was like, and she knows that if she doesn't step up now, that she never will for the rest of her life. So in the midst of all the chaos, as the crowd is getting up, trying to see if they can like swim away from their designated sort of like seating or floating arrangements, there's like a bit of a row at the edges here, at the entrances and exits, where people are trying to like fight their way past like the barricades which are being set up. The beluga soprano closes her eyes, and she gives a soft, sad smile, and she swims out onto stage. In the darkness, tentatively, softly at first, a couple of false starts. But eventually, she finds her courage, and she begins to sing.
I met my heart in blue to take my part in blue. Whatever I
With a blossoming confidence that borders on serenity, she inspires several other performers to join into the refrain. A few members of the chorus, the rival lovers understudy, a stray gaffer to pick up the notes and fill in the first few lines of harmony. Next, the villainous Baron Labosse, or at least the person playing him, picks up the lower register, filling the chamber with a resonant richness, and what had seemed like a lone voice straining against the tide slowly picks up momentum until soon even the conductor of the pit orchestra stands and sets aside their baton and gestures for the instrumentalists to join in, and in unison, all stand, and in support of their prima donna, they add their voices to the many. And one by one, the audience starts to quiet, and those who aren't actively trying to push their way out of the auditorium, they turn, and slowly, these lucky few of the Sonaspari who were favored by the occupation, these collaborators and corrupt officials and crooked judges, even they find some shred of lost pride, some semblance of the will to rebellion. And soon, the whole of the theater sings together, except, of course, for the Valthurans, who are grimacing in silence through grit teeth and clenched fists. For all his gloating, Cadmus Kyrulis could not stop the flying whale, La Baleine Volante, from being a Sonaspar opera after all. And it is at this point that we're going to take a quick break. and we will come back to the chaos and the aftermath and see if you all can take advantage and secure your escape.
Be right back, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone, to the finale of Brine Blight. When we left off just now, we came to a rather climactic moment as Bunk, Berengaria, Bahari, and Calliope came together to convince a single soul to take up the torch of the rebellious spirit despite risk to life and limb, and what resulted was a triumphant resurgence of the way Sonaspar opera was meant to function, with everyone in every corner of the theater in unison joining in to a single refrain, singling out, of course, all of the Valthurans who were out of their depth and really just killing the vibe. In this moment, we are going to jump right back into a moment of rather high tension, because right now, with the Valthuran forces occupied trying to regain control of the theater, our favorite little rebels here have to move quickly to find a way to regroup, and then find a way to get off of this, out of this opera house, and potentially out of the city, as they need to make their way all the way up to the surface to enact their final plan, their final gambit, to finally douse the torch by infiltrating the Ostara complex and planting Milo Finnerty's Coralite flow intake sabotage device. So, as the chorus resounds with thunderous volume, drawing much of the attention of the gathered Valthuran forces toward the main theater floor, for all the beauty of the moment, it does quickly become clear to all of you that this is your chance. If you're going to make your play, it's going to have to be now. Risubi, let's start with you. You have obtained a potentially viable sample of DNA, as well as a voice recording sample, sparse though it may be, of one of the high-profile targets on site. You still lack his security ID and password, but you managed to get in and get out completely undetected. What's next?
I'm sticking to the plan. I think making my way towards the Ionin?
Yes, the Ionin, yeah.
Over comms, I think it's the most frantic a robot Risubi voice could sound. Of like, I have acquired the voice sample and the DNA sample. Is everyone okay? Please, is anyone hurt? I'm making my way to the Ionin. Please meet me there.
The Ionin? That's a mighty big ship. Do we have the folk to fly it? How are we? You didn't tell me we're still back in Ionian.
For the record, the Ionin is a Barracuda-class frigate which has a crew of active crew at any moment of about 12 individuals. It's military outfitted. It's like it is a powerful and potentially quite fast vehicle once it gets going, and it is heavily armed, not easily maneuverable, and with only 5 of you, very, very difficult to pilot, especially since I don't think all of you are trained like in piloting Valthuran tech. So that's something to bear in mind.
We'll be fine.
I'm just looking at her like, y'all sure? Oh, okay. I'll post up on the gun.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna follow my friends. Yeah, I have no idea where anything is.
Yeah. Calliope's gonna zoom forward and then zoom back real quick and pat the singer on the shoulder and say, "Thank you. Now run."
Wait, so you're saying we waited till the end of the song? I thought we were leaving while the song was
During
happening.
it, yeah, I think
this is
during.
during
Oh yeah, I
for
think
sure.
like during.
But
Yeah,
the thing
but-
is, the song's
okay.
going. She could just.
She
back
can
off
double-
stage.
okay. I was like,
Other people have come
Good
in
to
and
check.
Like, taken over. Yeah.
Okay.
She just gives like a big furious nod. Clearly, she was like caught up in the spirit in that moment. And you shake her out of it. And she's like, "Oh shit, right, yeah." And she's gone. She bolts out backstage and takes one of the sort of like emergency exits, sort of one-way exits out that lead to the exterior there.
Yeah, maybe leave town. Maybe leave Maribas.
Yeah. What's the quickest
There's no
way to-
telling how many Valthuran Marines are posted around the exterior of this place, but at least she gets to take an exit that isn't one that's been sort of like barricaded to keep the to keep everyone else inside. Like she's probably going to run into some kind of resistance, but she's not a part of what like of this crowd that is still actively in danger.
What is the quickest way to the Ionin for us?
So you have a couple of options here. One way is you could try and follow where the soprano went and use one of these sort of like there's an exit that's an emergency exit through backstage. It will like she does trigger the alarm as soon as she uses it, but like it's so loud nobody can hear it. And it is a one-way exit. Like you couldn't have entered through that way. It's kind of sealed off with no like hinge or like knob on the exterior. So you could just rush out that way and try and get into the Ionin from the outside. But if you want to get in through the airlock, which would be a lot easier, you'd have to figure out a way to get into the dry dock mezzanine where Risubi is. But as it stands, that means probably breaking through one of the box seats and just like flooding the entire mezzanine and doing that, like just causing some havoc.
and that's easier than going outside?
Both ways
Yeah, that
are
sounds so
difficult.
much worse.
Oh
Both ways are
God.
very difficult. Yeah.
That sound funnier.
That sounds funny.
At this time, as like, go ahead and like give me a sense of like where all of your heads are at. Like what, like kind of just check in with every character's sort of like mental state right now. Berengaria, like how, like where's she at?
Berengaria is wondering, cast-offs, like, she knows that they are going to help, wondering that, if they're okay, if they're going to get caught in the crossfire, mostly worrying and fussing about them as we're rushing on forward.
Bahari's trying to figure out, okay, is it going to be easier to get onto the ship if we go on the inside or the outside? Like just going through all the different options and just kind of like zoning out for a second because of the sheer enormity of this task and like how far away it is. And like we have like a few minutes at best in darkness to try to get through towards the ship. But flooding everything is going to point to, okay, clearly there are some rebels trying to get somewhere here. So that's going to send everybody to that direction. What if we had a diversion where we started the flood to send people that way, but then we went outside?
Okay, so make it look like we're trying to break open the mezzanine, but then go outside anyway. That's smart as heck. That's a cool plan.
That is good. As long as we can do it quick, we can do it.
I think we might know somebody who can do some damage from a distance real fast. Stares at Bunk.
They stole my sniper rifle.
Oh! This might do for a little while. And I'll offer my gun with the flames painted on the side.
It is a piece of junk, but it is a piece of junk that has been lovingly painted with like, just this extreme flame decal, which I do question how Berengaria knows what fire is, but that's like
No, we got plasma and stuff. There's fire. There's deep sea vents. There's magma down there.
I thought about you while I painted this. I hope you like it.
I knew you painted it yourself. How about I hold on to this one? And as soon as I use this one to help break open that glass, then I'll give this one to you. You know how to shoot it?
I practiced.
They did.
Then I know I ain't got nothing to worry about. All right, yeah, I will take my new awesome flames gun. I don't care what you say, Adam. And so twin pistols. One will probably fire, the other will probably blow my hand off. And I guess I will
follow the crew. If we're gonna try and break this mezzanine open.
Break it open and then go in the opposite direction because they're gonna assume, oh God, they're coming in that way, and then we're just gonna skedoodle.
Yeah. I'll relay to Rasubi that we're doing that.
And there might be some sharks and other creatures still around outside too, so that might help us.
Sharks and other creatures. Oh, it was y'all. You're the reason that the people watching me left.
Of
Yeah.
course. Wait,
Who do
what?
we? No, it ain't important. How many do we got on our side while we're swimming at them? Just trying to get a sense of what's going on. How many folk we got helping us?
I don't know.
Is it
You
just
wouldn't
the,
actually know. Yeah.
Is it just the sharks?
There were a lot of sharks.
Well, sure. I meant like, I'm trying to find other people who could help us pilot the ship. I counted how many folk needed to be
I
driving
don't
that
think
ship.
the sharks can help us drive the ship.
Okay.
No. How about your other friends, Berengaria?
You're probably right. The sharks could not drive. That's true.
I don't know if the cast-offs can drive.
Cast-offs. Jetsam's here?
Yes?
That might work. If they can board the ship with us, we could take it over and have a full pirate crew.
We can. All I need to do is get on top of the ship and download the schematics. I should be able to lead everyone through it, no matter their expertise.
If you have a way to contact them, Berengaria, that'll shore up the weakness here, and we can take this warship and blow Ostara straight to hell if we want to.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go.
I'll offer the channel that I had coordinated with Jetsam on communicating. I think they'd be happy to hear from you.
Thank you. Oi. Jetsam.
Well.
I was going to say, well, you don't get to say, well. I was going to say
Too
it.
late. I already said it.
Well. No, too late. I said it too. No, there's 6 whales in the mix. How the hell are you? I don't got time to care. Well, same. Thank God. But listen, we're the big warship. You see it outside?
Well, I've got some good news and I've got some bad news.
All right,
The
start
good
with the
news
bad.
is I do believe I see a very large warship. The bad news is I don't think it is the one you are referring to.
And we
Marianne
cut
is
back
here.
outside, and
Yeah.
there are dozens of Marines engaged in like melee combat, and just like there's coralite bolts flying into all these different directions as the cast-offs are just like laying into them. And Jetsam is taking a fallback position behind some like just cluttered, like some pieces of just like mobile cover that they bring with them, just like old pieces of ship armor that they've stripped off. And above them, the giant shadow of the HMS Regalicus,
Oh, God.
flagship of the Valthuran Navy, as it is moving in to placate the situation.
However, if that is not the ship you are referring to, and indeed you require our assistance with perhaps a little bit of hot wiring, a little hijacking, I could stand to be convinced.
Get you and your best folk to the Ion, and we'll meet you there. Just gotta blow some shit up first.
You sure know how to pick 'em. All right.
I didn't. Goodbye.
And as at this moment, as Jetsam flags down about a half dozen of their finest, most seasoned fighters, then I'm going to pull a little GM intrusion from my pocket.
No.
One that I've been keeping since last session. The lights are still out in the theater until a single spotlight illuminates the entrance, wavering at first, and then just kind of several other lights, floodlights on the ceiling, start slowly like illuminating in a ring around the entire spherical aquatic seating section. And all of you, as you're swimming out over the seats into the crowd, trying to pick your target, seeing if you could deal some damage to the mezzanine, you see the silhouette of Commander Ludo Marianus, flanked by 2 hammerhead mechs as they just crush pieces of the upholstery and just tear up several, just like dozen meters worth of, like they're leaving like a trail of destruction in their wake. This beautiful opera house and all of its sort of gilded features are just stripped away in their wake, and they're floating, holding the Imperial Bident, glowing crimson with the Valthuran V for its blade. Marianus floats just kind of just purveying over the entire scene here until he sees you, Bunk. And silently, he just lifts the bident and points it directly at you. You can see as he like murmurs something through a communicator to the pilots of the hammerheads that flank out around and start like trying to corral people even further. And Marianus, the red eyes of his almost like owl-like full head rebreather gleam as he darts clean right towards you. And I do need everyone here to roll initiative to see if they can get the move off before Marianus closes the gap and attempts.
Holy
to
crap.
Shit.
Oh man.
I don't have the plot spear. No.
No. Okay.
Initiative doesn't take any difficulty, right? You just roll
difficulty, it? The difficulty of the initiative is the difficulty of the creature you're trying to move faster than.
So it's like 12,000.
Everyone give me an initiative check, difficulty 7.
7?
7?
Okay. Adam, I am trained in initiative. Actually, I believe I'm specialized in initiative.
Oh.
Wait, that's
You are.
impossible if you don't have
Yeah.
anything.
You
That's
can
true.
spend
It is
you can spend
impossible unless
effort.
you
I
expend
chose
effort.
not to.
You can choose not to and just say, I go after Marianus.
Yeah, I go after Mariana.
It's 5 for you, Bunk.
I'm gonna spend some effort and lower that to 4. There we go, Baron. Go.
A 20, but
I
still a failure?
failed. I rolled a
Damn.
net 20.
Oh.
I
I
thought
love this.
Nat 20 should just win. Dang it.
No, it should just win. Come on.
I am going to give a major effect to you, but I'm going to hold off on it for a second.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Oh, sorry.
You have to roll
no.
a 21. Oh my god.
go ahead, Z.
I have I also have a specialty in initiative, so it's a 5 for me.
Yeah, it's 5 for both you and Bunk.
I'm gonna take it down to 4 if you don't mind, Adam.
Using effort, absolutely.
That's an 18.
Oh,
You move first. You move
Damn.
first.
justice!
I'm
This
also
is so
going to
freaking
use
anime.
effort.
Are you kidding me?
I'm going to take it down to a 4.
Beat him for the
Failed.
ancestors!
Oh, that's
Yes!
the roll.
Oh no!
Both of you move first before Ludo Marianus.
I don't.
And
No, Calliope does not.
Calliope doesn't.
Sadly.
Calliope rolled a 4
No.
on a
Yeah.
difficulty task 4. Needs to be 12.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Okay. All right. So only Bunk moves first as he is just careening through the water towards you. Just like these streams of bubble, like jets coming out through the sort of vents on his mask, like just like the heavy breath of a wild boar. What do you do?
Okay. Yeah. See, winning the initiative was the easy part. Now what do I do? Can I do something truly bananas with leisure domain?
With leisure domain? Okay,
Just-
sure.
I'm trying to help myself with an attack. I don't know if you'll let it work this way.
Sure.
I'm gonna kick my spurs and make the charge too. So he's spear forward, I'm gun forward. We're just, we're doing the full like freeze frame Scott Pilgrim sort of like
Yeah,
at the last minute using that magical sleight of hand leisure domain. I'm gonna keep my hand forward like it's holding the gun, but I'm gonna like toss the gun backwards and I'm gonna shoot it with my tail instead, making it harder to dodge the shot.
Okay.
My tail's gonna pull the trigger.
Go ahead and give me a speed task to try and deceive. I will tell you, Commander Ludo Marianus resists deception as a level 8 creature.
Mm-hmm.
So you can tell me if you want to expend some things to try and like do this to ease the attack, or you can just make the attack.
So leisure domain helps me in this case or nah? It is. You can make a small object in your hands disappear and move into a desired spot within reach.
I'm gonna say this one's not gonna work.
Dang it.
Marianas. I can say you can try and make a separate roll to ease the attack roll, but that roll will be a level 8 difficulty. Does that make sense?
Sure.
You can
Then
make a deception. Yeah.
I'm just gonna do the cool move, and then
Yeah.
because the deception, like, I'm not gonna get it. So let's just make an attack roll. Let's just
Sure.
speed attack him. But the tail's still gonna fire it. What's my difficulty to hit this guy? How much armor are we talking about?
7. Difficulty 7.
Well, good. Let's make it a 6.
Okay.
Jeez. Oh, I've been lowering by too much. I forgot that I improved my stuff a while ago. Doop, doop, doop.
Is there anything we can do to help, or do you have to wait until after the roll?
You'd have to wait until after Marianas goes, because
Okay.
you all don't get to go first.
Exactly.
Oh, 18!
18 hits! 18
Wow.
hits!
Are you kidding me?
Matched on, oh my god, the shot hits.
I shoot right into one of his silly little glowing red eyes.
Okay,
Yes!
it's actually... Okay. So base damage on the weapon is what?
You gave me this pistol and it's brand new. So I
So,
think...
oh, it's a medium weapon, so it's base 4
yeah,
damage.
I think it's 4. Yeah.
Plus 2. He has armor 4. You deal 2 damage.
I'll take it. Amazing. I cannot believe that happened.
Does not even slow him down as he moves in at this point, and is going to make 2 attacks.
Ugh.
The first, he's going to fire a bolt of crimson plasma from the forked blade of the bident, and then move in and try and follow it up with a stabbing attack.
I'm stealing this thing.
This is both from Bunk here. I need 2 speed defense rolls, difficulty 7.
All right, so my speed defense with danger sense. Wait, no, that's the initiative one. I have something for
You are
Sorry.
trained in speed defense.
I know I am, so that lowers it down to 6, and then
6.
I'll effort it to 5 because I would really rather not get hit if you don't terribly mind.
Mhm.
Oh, come on, Bunk. Oh, an 8. This is gonna hurt.
First one's a failure, and then a second one.
Yeah, might as well. 5 again. 7. 2 hits.
2 failures. You threw everything you had into that attack, just like from hell's heart I stab at thee, and you left yourself open. The bolt like pierces right into your chest and follows up with a stab that like you get caught. Basically, you're narrow enough that you get caught by the hooked barbs around your
Ooh,
like your
don't rake
sides,
him out. Don't rake him out. Don't rake him out.
which he does
Don't do it. No.
rake right out. You take
Ow.
a total of 12 points of damage to your might pool.
Woo!
That's not good because my might pool is 11.
So you take
And
your
I
might pool is
currently
0.
I currently believe that my might was at 8.
Okay, so
So-
you take the first 8 from might and then the following 4 points from your speed pool.
That sucks. Yeah, I'm not doing good at all. I'm in trouble.
Marianas is just a fury. Just blank, unblinking red, just glare for eyes. Everyone else gets to go now.
Perhaps I'll go first because I don't really have very much that I can do in combat.
You can try and do anything else too. Yeah, like it doesn't have to be trying to fight Marianas.
Okay. I think Berengaria is just going to try to rush forward and crowd them using the arch whalebone staff. Essentially, just trying to buff it against them, push against them, perhaps limit their range of motion. Just literally getting in the way.
Got you. Okay. So you're just going to obstruct. Then this is going to be... It's going to be a might task, difficulty 7, and if you succeed, every single one of Marianas's actions until your next turn will be hindered.
Okay. I am practiced with medium weapons. That's pretty much all I have.
You can apply effort, or you can, and that can make it barely possible.
Okay. I will
This
use
is
effort.
like he's like an apex predator.
Mhm.
Like this.
Okay, that's a failure.
Yeah,
Yes.
you try and get in the mix, and just with the butt of this bident, just like knocks you right in like the sternum, and then just like elbows you out of the way, and then twirls it up to go for another attack on Bunk. This will also count in initiative. Like, you can move in any order. You can combine your moves together. Risubi, you can try and get some stuff moving on your end too. You're in the mix.
Okay. Do
Okay.
I? Sorry, you go ahead.
Okay. Calliope is going to swim up and give Bunk a shot of good stuff because I'm
The
gonna
good
use
stuff.
The good stuff.
Michael's good stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the healing touch ability.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Difficulty
So-
2 task, intellect.
Intellect. I'm gonna reduce that to 1 because I really need you to have some health right now.
Nice.
Okay.
Wow, with
Just
a
a
7.
really successful roll.
Oh
on a
my
7.
god.
And what's the result?
And the result is it's gonna be 1d6 plus. Oh no, sorry, just 1d6.
Okay.
You get one.
point.
I'll give it to my might pool.
So now you're no longer, you have at least 1 point in all your pools, so you can
Yep.
move normally and act normally again.
That was the part I was scared about. Yeah.
Yep.
Would
Okay.
a player intrusion be its own separate? Like, would I have to take that next turn?
No,
'Cause I can.
If you expend XP, you can tell me something you want to do.
Okay. Oh wait, no, actually, that's not a
But
player
the way it
intrusion.
works is like I think what it works is like I do a GM intrusion and you can spend an XP to say no, you don't.
Isn't there also a player thing where you can gain skills in certain, like
Yes,
for
you
a
can
certain amount of
expend-
time?
Yes, you can expend 2 XP at any point to temporarily gain context-sensitive skills. Yes.
Okay.
So the only people who haven't gone here before, like, and Bunk, you get to go again too. All of you get like to move once before Marianus moves again. We're going basically side by side at this point.
Great.
I'm just gonna spend 2 XP and I'm gonna gain access to knowledge if this is okay. Valthuran military technology.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You, for the foreseeable, for like the rest of this mission, for this heist, anything related to interacting with Valthuran military tech is east for you.
Okay. Perfect. And that will be me.
Anything from Bahari and
Oh god, yes.
Get him.
Okay.
Get him, Bahari.
Okay. So how close
Feel
am
free
I
to
to
jump
Bunk
in.
right now?
So I'm assuming here that you were all swimming out in a cluster together, and that Bunk
Okay.
shot out ahead and met Marianus like in the middle of the aquatic seating section. Basically, they're just duking it out in the center of this giant spherical theater.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out. I need to get in range so I can use Onslaught.
You're still within a short range.
Okay. So in that case, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and hit this bastard with 4 points of damage and ignores his armor because it's going straight for his fucking brain.
Get him.
Oh, incredible! Okay,
That's amazing.
so it deals direct intellect damage.
Yep.
And it ignores armor, and you expend the point to do it. Okay, great, and it's 4 points of damage.
Okay, let me see. Oh no, that's physical. Sorry, I'm not doing physical. I'm doing mental, so it's 2.
It's 2. Okay.
Two from intellect, not from might.
So yeah, once again, you just kind of like focus. You kind of like ripple in and out of phase for a minute, and then like once again, those sort of like tiny, like pebbles of coralite energy form around his head, and then just pinpoint like horrible, collective acupuncture. This sort of psychic attack sends him reeling for a moment.
And while he's kind of like reeling, I'm asking Calliope. His weapon is sending out some kind of weird energy. Do you know anything about it? Like, is there any way we can disrupt it so he can't use it again? We have to stop him.
I can check on my next turn.
Okay.
But that's a good idea.
Okay. So we need something from Bunk and something from Risubi, and then it's...
Yeah,
Let's do
I was-
Rasubi first. for
Yeah,
sure.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, I haven't heard anything on comms recently, right? So I'll just take a look out into the stage and see all of this going on. This looks like trouble.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to get on comms and go and just say, this looks bad. We do not have the time for this. If, when possible, please disengage. I am sending help.
I'm just like clutching a very open, like Roger that.
And Adam, we can take a turn, but I'd like to activate secret project.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Project Goof 'em Ups.
After Marianus' next turn,
Oh, yeah,
it will be active.
I was gonna say, yeah. Do I see where they brought the hammerheads in from?
The hammerheads are here. I can put on our little collective map for us. I will put them down here. They
Okay.
are moving. They're not engaging with you all yet at all. They're kind of flanking around the left and right sides. They're locked to moving, kind of like walking along the floor.
Okay.
And they're trying to corral the crowds and force them to like move out through the aquatic lobby while Marianus tries to put the lot of you down.
Cool. Okay. I'll describe what happens on my next turn,
Okay.
but
So,
I'll
Bunk.
use that as an action
Okay.
to bring stuff in.
All right. With the weapon I have, I'm not going to be able to kill him, probably. It's just not in the cards today, and I'd rather we all live. So, is the reach on this weapon, if I, like, try and scurry away, will I be able to do that? Or is he going to, like...
So you can move as your action up to a short distance, or you can attack. So you can't fight and run at the same time.
No, that makes sense. I'm going to do a fun little wild thing
Okay.
to buy my friends some time in a big, like, I'll be right behind you kind of way, just trying to distract him so y'all can move. I'm going to grab onto this to the bident, if you'll let me,
Okay.
and activate my spurs so that, like, basically I'm trying to, like, make it hard for him to pull it back because I'm creating, like, resistance. I'm just holding
You're
onto
try-
it as hard as I can.
Similarly, okay, so this is fun. Go ahead and make a speed task. This is like a sort of disarming maneuver. Difficulty 7. If you succeed, he will, again, everything he attempts in his next turn will be hindered.
All right, I'm taking it down to 6 and hope really hard. Wait, is this speed of defense, or is it you counting this as an attack?
This counts
It's an
as a
attack,
speed
yeah.
attack, yeah.
All right, I'm probably not going to hit this. It's too high. No way.
No. Unfortunately, you get your arms, you're wrestling around the bident, you try and kick your spurs into gear, but like he's rock solid. He's terrifying. You can't
I don't
face
love
him.
this. I don't. But I guess what I'll ask you is, I'm still like holding on to the thing to just
Yeah.
inconvenience him. Then at least the pointy parts aren't pointing directly at me. That's my
Yeah.
silver lining.
That's not what he's gonna do.
Okay.
On Marianus' turn, he is going to make one melee attack against Berengaria.
Oh no.
Swinging with you attached to his bident in like a slicing maneuver wide to try and hit them, and then points with you still hanging off the bident and fires off one of those bolt shots back at Bahari, who's kind of still a bit further backstage. So I need level 7 speed defense rolls, one each from, or might, really your choice, might or speed defense rolls from Bahari and Berengaria.
Actually, quick question.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter whether it's yes or no. Can I use multiple player intrusions at the same time?
Only one at a time.
Only one at a time. That's
Yeah.
fine, because I only need one. There is an adept player intrusion called advantageous malfunction. A device being used against you malfunctions. It might harm the user or one of their allies for a round, or activate a dramatic and distracting side effect for a few rounds.
Incredible.
Yes.
That's so cool. And this costs how many XP for you to do?
This costs 1 XP.
For this round, you scan the bident, you learn something about its functionality, and you can shout to Bunk what to do, where to basically like shove those spurs Bunk, you were able to, with Calliope's instructions, to like get the heft of this thing wedged behind your spurs. You kick into gear the propeller motion, and you grind into a spot that causes it to temporarily go on the fritz, and its beam attack no longer works.
Yes.
Bahari, you do not take the hit. And Berengaria, your speed or might defense task is eased down from level 7 to level 5.
Oh my god. Thank
A
you.
possible number. Thank you.
Save.
Z, good job.
I'm going to use effort
Reading
here.
the book.
Okay.
Oh, I failed.
Oh, 3.
Unfortunate.
I don't have any more XP.
It is. I'm gonna say that also lowers the damage since you temporarily.
I was gonna say I have XP, and can I give one to Berengaria or no?
Oh, sure. If you want to.
Then let's do that. Yes.
Berengaria, you can re-roll.
Okay. 5.
You can do this. I believe.
Oh.
Wow.
Another failure. Okay.
Rolled a 5.
I will say the advantageous malfunction also, because it shorts out the sort of crimson plasma effect, lowers the damage from 6 to 4. So for this round, you take 4 points of might damage instead of the 6, Berengaria.
Okay.
And when he attempts to fire that bolt off at you, Bahari, it just goes. It's on the fritz. It does not fire. It just completely backfires.
My might is at 0.
When you say completely backfires, does it hit him or?
I will say no to that. I'm gonna
Aw,
say,
dang it. That's what the nat 20 would have been.
Yeah.
So, when your might pool at 0, Berengaria, you are one step on the track towards like character death at this point. They are like very seriously physically wounded. However, 2 things are going to come into play at this point. 1, you rolled a nat 20 on your initiative. Something advantageous is about to happen. And 2, Risubi's just called in the cavalry. So here's what happens pretty much simultaneously. Bahari, you feel a presence over your shoulder. A tingling feeling. Skin just kind of like crawling, and you look, and there, of course, is the phantom jellyfish Stygia. And you hear the phantom voice once more.
It would be most unfortunate if, in following my instructions, you still came to ruin nonetheless.
Yeah.
I am true to my word. You have Milo's device?
Yep.
Good. Then make use of my box seat.
Oh!
Okay.
And Ambassador Monta's box seat opens,
Oh my god!
and water rushes in as she depressurizes it. And you can see, as you stare over in that direction, like a silhouette of a vaguely humanoid merfolk inside fade away as she disappears. Immediately thereafter, Risubi hit us.
Yes. Also, hello, Raiders.
Hi, welcome.
Hey!
Oh my god. All
You
right.
came in at the best time.
You do my vampire dance.
Okay. Much in like anime style, we're going to do a quick flashback.
Yep.
Over the 3 days since Bunk had been kidnapped, Risubi has been in a constant state of work and sleep. Very little eating time. You notice when he scurries off, and notice when he comes back, but you never really know what's going on. He's been really tight-lipped about it. And so in this flashback, we follow Risubi down to his, sort of lair. And he has been at work for days and nights, working on different panels, wiring some stuff together, doing some research, reading up on security systems, especially the Valthuran security systems, installing, taking notes on various parts of the ruined hammerhead mech. And near the end of the 3 days, Risubi tests out his experiment tests out his experiment, has this hammerhead join in a hammerhead formation during a security patrol, slides in there and parks it just above the opera house nearby.
Oh my god.
And as soon as the fighting starts to break out, Risubi sends that message to disengage. I'm sending in help. The phantom jellyfish appears on stage. The hammerhead mech lights up, and Risubi takes his data pad, taps a few buttons, and a hollow screen appears out in front of him, and he takes 2 light constructs, uses his little paws to hit both buttons, and a giant beam fires into the roof of the opera house. It's almost all of the power, but there will be just enough to give the rest of his family an opening as the hammerhead lands right in front of this spear-wielding asshole. Adam, back to you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
My God.
Incredible.
I'm so
Okay.
sweaty right now.
We can you hear in your comms, but also out loud. We cannot lose this opportunity. Leave now.
Did you say opportunity? I'm sorry, we're going.
Let's go.
The
Everybody in?
hammerhead mech, you can operate this thing remotely for a period of up to 50 minutes or until it is disabled using your level 5 remote control device Cypher that you have worked into the wreckage of this. So it does not have the same armor.
Nope.
It does not have the same amount of health, but it does have the firepower. So
I
on your
think-
turn,
I think flavor-wise, it was that beam to give it that entrance that powered it down.
Oh, cool.
the hammerhead that is under your control still has the full use of its high caliber Coralite rifle that can attack up to 3 times per round. So you can go ahead and make 3 intellect attack rolls
Oh my god.
against Marianus, eased by a number of steps, I'm going to say, for this moment, eased by a number of steps equal to the level of the Cypher, which is 5.
Difficulty 2?
So it's only
Oh my god!
my
Three.
Oh my god, kill him!
Total annihilation.
Destroy him,
Make
Kappa!
3 level 2 intellect attacks to see if
Okay.
you can just get one good volley off on this guy.
All right. Yeah, you said intellect?
Yep,
Uh-huh.
because you're remote controlling this thing. This is all down to your programming.
Okay.
Oh.
Ooh, all right, here's the first one. Oh, no effort. 20.
Okay.
20. I only need the
Major
one.
effect or +4 damage, your choice.
Holy shit.
On a nat 20, your choice.
Oh my god.
Blow off his helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at this I'm gonna blow off the helmet. I think
That's amazing.
it's
You can.
yeah.
Okay, I'll bear that in mind. Take the other 2 attacks. Difficult
Okay.
2.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Finish him.
What if Christian rolled 3 nat 20s right now?
No,
I would
no,
die.
you cannot.
What if? What if?
5. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't. All right, and the third one, I'm going to apply 2 levels of effort just
To make it just hit.
Auto
to
success.
just make it hit.
Okay, so that does cost a total of 3 points of intellect to do that.
Understood. Done.
Okay, so you deal 16
Should I-
points
should
of
I still
Coralite
roll?
damage.
In case it's a
no,
nat 20?
You don't roll if it's a 0.
Okay. Okay, that's fine.
You deal 16 points of correlate rifle damage. Taking, oh my god. Luda Marianus is significantly hurt.
And his helmet's off.
His helmet is scored off on the left side of his face and just like it's buckled in and melting. And his rebreather is non-functional.
Run. Just run.
Everybody else, you go. Like,
Do I
that's
have-
Risubi's turn.
Wait, does the mech have movement?
The mech can either attack or move.
Okay, got it.
We're all heading over towards the
Monta's box.
Monta's box,
Yep.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Swim.
So-
Adam,
You
is
can
Ludo
all-
Mariana still holding the Bident? Because that was like a lot of stuff that happened to him.
Oh, I'm gonna say yes.
Well
Oh.
done.
The major effect wasn't disarm. The major effect was ruin helmet. So
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
So everyone, you could all basically make your way with your action to
Ver-
Monta's box. You could basically get up into the box seat.
Is Berengaria able to swim?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was
He's
gonna,
not
if it's
mine.
okay with you, Stella, I was just gonna pick you up.
Yes.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, fully like, here in the cowboy movie, I've got Berengaria in 2 arms and I'm just swimming.
I look at you and my hair kind of floats out the way and my eyes are shiny. Sparkles.
Risubi, do you need a lift or are you good?
I mean, yeah, I think I'm on the way towards the ship.
Okay, so you're fine.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So Risubi, you're like running on just your back, your hind legs, hands just operating this hard light hollow control panel that has appeared in front of you, and you're just like Hanna-Barbera running down the promenade. As the other 4 are like swimming in, and like there's an active flooding that is like slowly filling the mezzanine.
I've got the flask in my teeth.
Yep. And you're booking it. There are like Valthuran Marines who were a part of Armin Rain's retinue have all dispersed. Rain himself, gone.
he left it. Did he leave us the ship?
Now, before we move on, Marianus' attack now and the other 2 hammerheads, they both turn. Like, Marianus is going to use his turn to glare after the lot of you and to seriously consider pursuit and then leave and break off and make back for the Regalicus. While the other 2 hammerheads, he gives the order, unload their guns onto Risubi's construct, and Risubi, your scouter, which is like the view screen you're seeing through like the optics.
Yeah, the hollow just blinks out.
It's the whole thing. It's shot full of like half a dozen coralite beams. It's destroyed. But it neutralized Marianus. He has to leave.
Just little moment from Bunk. The pistol still trained on Marianus. I'm not in range. I couldn't possibly hit him. Just like the shaky hand for a second, then Bunk stows the pistol and does not pursue revenge and leaves with their friends.
Yep.
Character development.
The 5 of you swim/sprint through the ever swiftly flooding mezzanine to the airlock at Submersible Dock B, to the HMS Ione and the Barracuda class frigate, which you find abandoned.
I cannot believe that. We are getting the biggest warship of the 4.
It's by Navy standards, it's a frigate. It's a small to medium-sized like military vessel. It doesn't stand a chance in like direct combat against the Regalicus, but it is pretty good. Like
It's good for a getaway car.
Listen,
It's just
like
the
you're-
Millennium Falcon can take on the Death Star.
Y'all
It's like,
just got
you're
your hands
already-
on
you're
your
already-
own. Like
Urati's ship was like a convertible. Like we had that. Or we
Urati's
had,
ship
like,
was the captain's yacht, and then oh gosh, Cadmus Kyrulis' ship was like a tricked out bathysphere with like a robo chauffeur, and the other one was a science vessel piloted and operated by Aggie Ferris. So, but you got your hands on basically size and specs. It's like the Normandy, but not as stealthy. Like you got your yeah. So,
I mean, let's go.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, I guess we all regrouped? Are we safe?
you're all regrouped.
Yeah.
Ish.
You're in the you're in basically the combat information center of the HMS Ionin, this Barracuda class frigate. Any of you have any proficiency with operating any kind of Valthuran vehicles?
I know Valthuran computers, so just put me in front of the computer and tell me what system it is, and I will figure it out. But Calliope, give me some kind of.
I also have currently a finite expertise in Valthuran military technology.
Yes, you do. Yeah. So with that, you're able to, like, no roll necessary here. You're able to like interface with the systems. You pull up like the welcome, like
No, he's
the
programmed to
interface-
say howdy
there-
do, Ormond.
there is a single coded like message, an encrypted message that has been left behind at the captain's chair, basically, where you can access through the sort of like military comm system. With your expertise that you've taken temporarily, no roll necessary, you can just quickly decipher it. And it just says, courtesy of your friends in Dorovesia, Ormond Rain.
Oh my god.
Delete this message.
Reading.
It had so many emojis. Ormond loves an emoji.
Ormond
Oh,
Rain,
no.
who was Anastas Koi's contact on
Mhm.
Ostara, has not clear where he's gone, but he's left you this ship. And with it, you all can disengage from the airlock, and I am going to say this is going to be a roll, a collective roll from each of you. Tell me what you're doing to try and operate this ship. And if the majority of you succeed on the tasks I set you, you will get to the Ostara complex before the HMS Regalicus blows you out of the water.
I would like to do something here before people roll. I'd like to anecdote. And what I would like to do here is go around, give everyone, each individual person, a very tight hug and say, douse the torch. Douse the torch. Douse the torch. This is our one shot. We've got to do this. All of Maribas is counting on us. Just focus, and you've got this. And then I'm gonna go curl up in a corner and take a nap.
Yeah, you're gravely injured, but you're able to give like a significant moral support in this moment. Everyone I'm gonna lower the difficulty for these checks by 1 for each of you. I'll also say part of that encrypted message is Ormond Rain's.
I knew it. His security ID.
The last thing you did not have. So you have the DNA sample that you can supply. You have a voice recording that you can just garble up, like Calliope. You can just like chop up the vocal sample into his voice saying this security ID and passcode.
Yeah.
That will be your role, though. If you like, so you're gonna have to do that. Someone's gonna have to pilot the ship, and then somebody's gonna have to be on guns to prevent the pursuers from kind of like chasing you down before you hit the security net.
Quick question. Did he also leave maybe a cool cape and captain's hat?
The
I'm gonna say
hat.
the hat,
Vital
yes.
information.
Cape,
If he did,
no.
it's all
Hat,
yours.
Yes. Hat, yes. Cape, no.
No cape. Okay.
Hat yes, cape no. All right.
Hat, yes,
Okay,
cape,
That's
no.
right. Thank you, Edna mode.
Yeah, I nod to you all and just like, gun. And I just run to the big gun.
Yep.
He wants to do navigation because familiar with the area, studied topography as part of the mining, and can get right there quickly as possible.
Absolutely. That means Risubi is going to be using that same hard light construct to jack into this like system.
Hell yeah.
And you're going to be piloting the ship as a tiny squirrel sitting in a captain's chair. And Calliope, you're going to be making an intellect roll to try and take all of the pieces of stuff you've got here and forge basically the necessary biometrics to get you past the security net. So, I need speed attack roll from Bunk using the main gun to take out a number of incoming Valthuran Marines in pursuit vehicles. It's going to be difficulty 3.
Can I use Overwatch to do extra damage?
You can. You post up in one spot, and when people come into your range, you fire.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going to need
Yeah, they get no benefit from cover. I do additional damage.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what else I get. I think... Yeah, I don't think it makes it any easier for me, unless that's what a wait action is. A difficulty 3, I'm going to lower it to 2, and let's just see.
Yeah, just go for that. Take the shot, and then it's going to be difficulty 5 for Calliope to successfully forge the biometric data intellect task. Difficulty 4, navigation, to see if you can maneuver Bahari, if you can use the systems here to aid Risubi in maneuvering this large and unwieldy ship.
And that's intellect, right?
That's intellect, yep.
I have an edge in intellect.
Nice. And then for Risubi, also difficulty 4, piloting check, intellect, to see if you can get this baby up there fast enough to evade before you're in weapons range of the flagship.
Is that with the anecdote if asset already applied?
All of these are already applied. They were going to be 6, 5,
Oh,
5,
got
4.
you.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Okay, so it's 5. Cool.
Okay. Are we doing all these in order?
Ooh, 20!
And that's 20!
Come on!
Bahari, you're able to not only you're at the navigation console, you're a wizard. You work at it uses the same software. It's like the same BIOS as your work computer.
Yep.
It's you sit down and it's oh god damn it, here we go. We have a roll for
failure.
A failure.
So it's 5. That's with anecdote and nothing I have as far as mechanical repair and hacking.
Can I help?
Yeah.
You can help. If you have an XP.
Let me see the console you're at. There might be an extra level of encryption, but luckily we use the same one at my job. So try this.
I love that. Come on.
I love this.
You go into IT mode, and I'm gonna say since you nat 20'd on your check, you can count as an asset here to lower it to 4 on the reroll.
Just ask Calliope to turn it off and turn it back on.
Yep.
No.
Let's see here.
And you
4.
still could apply effort if you wanted to take it down to 3.
Okay, to 3. Okay. All right.
9 or higher.
Oh, 2.
Oh, it's a 2.
Oh, it's a 2.
Oh.
So we still need to get the piloting check from Risubi.
I got this. All right, so it's a 4 with the 1 asset. Can I apply another asset to this?
Sure. What is
any of my 3? Eye for detail, general knowledge, or hacking?
I'll say general mechanical knowledge would help you pick up on piloting a ship quickly. Sure.
Okay, cool. And you said this is intellect?
Yes.
I'm gonna spend 2 levels of effort once
Take that
again.
down to 1?
Bring it down to a 1.
Oh my god. Okay.
Listen, I've been practicing. Part of that was just practicing and maneuvering the Valthuran tech of the hammerhead, and this is just a bigger hammerhead.
It's just a bigger hammer. Yeah. So a 3 or higher success.
It's a sledgehammer head.
18.
18.
Yes.
18.
Come on.
And then we need the shot from Bunk.
Oh, I already succeeded with a
You
10.
succeed with a 10. Oh, fantastic. So here's what happens. Bahari, you're able to navigate this ship away from the sort of docking bay on the Opera House. You are able to move with such speed in combination with the piloting from Risubi that you're able to leave most of the other Valthuran vehicles in the dust. Any stragglers that catch up with you quickly get shot, and you aim for engines and weapon systems. So Bunk, you're sparing ammo, and you're just neutralizing targets. You are about to cross the threshold, and you are at the security net when Calliope is just trying time and time again to figure out some way to synthesize the necessary biometric data. You need to be able to submit genuine DNA, and you need to be able to submit genuine sounding vocal sample of Ormond Rain reciting his security ID and passcode. You just can't get it. And as you pass through the security net, there is an alarm that is triggered inside the HMS Ionin. There is a systems lockout. And immediately there is a massive sort of net of these different sort of like sea mine looking things that all connect with jolts of like lightning that basically disable the ship for several minutes. You have made it through. The ship will not survive, or it won't be operable fast enough for it to be your getaway.
Oh,
Is there an escape pod or are we swimming?
there's definitely escape pods.
Yeah, there are escape pods that you can use to basically, still dock at Ostara. You can get up there. You are going to access the docking ring. You are not going to have a ship to get out of here.
We'll figure that out when it's time to go.
Yep.
There'll be another way.
Okay.
They got ships, right? Yeah, they got ships.
They got ships.
All right. I'm going to put you all on the Ostara docking ring complex map.
Calliope is at the computer and just starts shaking their head. You see a flicker of red light, but it doesn't last very long. And Calliope just says, "I'm sorry, it didn't work out. Let's figure out another way."
There's always going to be another way. Come on.
It'll be okay.
Well,
Also,
hack in as quickly as you can into the escape pod, kind of pulling the sort of like rigs down over you. I'm gonna say this is deeply uncomfortable for those of you who are merfolk, because like this is a dry location, so like it's difficult for you to get around since it's not like an amphibious vehicle. So like those of you who have to like slither on tail fins or like just kind of like get some help moving around, like flapping around, you get into the escape pod, you eject it, and all of you make your way up in the escape pod to interface with the Ostara complex docking ring. You're at Sector 2, Level 11. Magnetic vessel lock activates. What's that?
I was gonna say, can I attempt to help out with synthesizing this recording?
Oh, you want to wind back
Fix
the
it.
clock and see if you can use an XP?
As we're in and floating up in the escape pod.
Oh,
do we need it
okay.
at this point, or
We
That
still
was just to
need
get
it.
through the security net.
Oh,
But if
That
you
was-
can figure out the security lockout, it might bring the ship back online for our escape.
oh, never mind. Sorry. I thought it was to get into the.
No, it was to get through the security net clearance so you could dock at the complex. So now that you're there,
Okay. No, I don't want to wind it back. We're good.
Can I roll a recovery roll while I was
I was also
napping in
gonna
the
see
corner?
if I could. give
Good idea.
you
Can we all do
another-
that? I have one action.
I was also gonna see if I could add a little extra
Cool.
first aid. Is
Sure,
that okay?
yeah, go ahead and make that roll. And then what does Risubi have?
Sorry. I was gonna say recovery roll. One
Okay,
single
great,
action.
yes.
Okay.
Success there, so you can roll the d6 of additional healing.
You get one.
One!
Hey, that's all,
For 1 point of healing. Okay.
it's all right. I'm no longer impaired. It's fine.
All you need.
That's all you need. Just that one might point.
I want a nat 20. Everyone
You gotta
else.
call it. You gotta call it
energy.
now.
You're gonna get it. I'm sending it to you.
The game is calling to you.
Your escape pod has docked at the magnetic vessel lock. The airlock opens and the access sort of hallway opens up into the promenade of the docking ring. Those of you who cannot like move swiftly through dry environments are still at an extreme disadvantage. And although most of the local Valthuran naval forces were deployed for security at the Opera House, there's no guarantee that you're not going to run into any kind of resistance. You have to figure out a way to get from this level deep into the reactor core to find some kind of access station so that you can deploy Milo's sabotage device and overload the entire complex.
The Ostara complex feels like the kind of crappy place that has golf carts.
Like the
You know
Austin
what?
Powers evil
There-
base.
Yes.
There would definitely be some kind of like cargo trains or like luggage train style thing.
Like an
in the
airport.
Yeah. In
right.
fact, these are all like cargo bays along this promenade right here. So If you want to go searching for one of those, you can to help people get around.
I'm gonna steal a forklift if I can, so we can crash it through walls.
Oh my god.
Certified?
And I'm gonna let my friends who know about hacking make it go faster. That's my plan.
Okay, give me an intellect task to search for this. You've been, you used to live up here, so you would know where this kind of stuff was kept. I'll say it's difficulty 2 for Bunk to try and find a vehicle that could move around and carry some of like the more befinned people. And then Calliope and or Risubi could make an intellect roll.
Nat 20.
Nice.
I find a race car.
Are you kidding me? Hold on. I'm counting the. Okay, you
Formula
continue.
One
I'm gonna count
vehicles.
one.
I find everybody a pair of rocket-powered Heelys.
No hacking.
What am I gonna put a Healy on?
Your head, you're going upside down, babe.
You find an unmanned. You're able to hotwire an unmanned sort of like port security vehicle, like what the sort of like the customs agents would like drive around through the promenade here.
Yeah,
it's like it's like a hover vehicle with like extra room for carrying contraband or cargo or like detained individuals. So everyone can load up into this, and
because
like,
it's for cargo, it's got extra long seat belts so you can buckle.
Yep.
in.
Yes.
Exactly. Everyone loads into like the cargo flatbed. Bunk, you take the wheel, and the 5 of you are off, just driving through the promenade, trying to figure out a way into the reactor access.
I'm drifting around corners. It's full Mario Kart. Like,
Yeah.
It's about family.
just
Oh my god.
The beginning of the end begins.
To Brine, to Blight.
Sonaspar, you drift.
Oh my god.
I can't.
Okay. You're just finding along this docking ring an endless sort of rotating wheel of just security checkpoints that access cargo bays. There is no obvious access point from this deck towards the reactor. If you want to look for something else, I'm gonna need some kind of roll.
I'm hoping, that Calliope is like scanned the building, or didn't someone have a cipher for this? Didn't Milo give us something?
I also had information on the disc that I found at Anastas Koi's desk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have both those things. We do have a cipher that is like a remote mapping.
The cartography drone thing.
Cartography.
Yeah.
Right.
You could activate that, and it would give you like additional information beyond the sort of base layout. And then the information that the Stella that you're referring to that Berengaria had, what was that? Just to remind me.
It was the disc that Anastas Koi hid at his desk.
Yes, that was the record of all of his communiques with the secret Dorabessian agent, who has been revealed to be Ormond Rain. So.
Okay, so you guys want to use the level 6 remote cartography drone right now?
It's basically going to tell us exactly where to go and how to get there. So I think that's probably the move.
Okay, let's do it.
You deploy this tiny, it looks like a little syringe, almost like with wings, like a little hummingbird style drone that corkscrews to life, deploys its little like vibrating wings and takes off ahead of you. And as you're still drifting around trying to avoid any contact with any kind of Valthuran agents, this deck seems pretty like sparsely populated. At one point you do, let's just say you pull some Blues Brothers shit and just like do like a car chase thing and like knock over a bag, knock over a stack of cargo boxes in front of a couple of Marines who are trying to like scramble for their guns.
Oh no.
The cartography drone returns to you after about a minute and a half as you're all starting to get a little antsy and reveals that there is a system of plasma intake valves. Not dissimilar in structure and function to Whoopsers.
Oh boy.
And it shows you the nearest access point.
I look so apologetically at Bahari, who got absolutely cheese grated by the Whoopser last time.
Basically, if you were able, it's dangerous. But if one or two of you are able to time it just so where there's basically these plasma intake valves basically take the refined correlate energy and dispense it throughout the entire deck. If you were to time it right, you could basically jump in there and get pulled in by the vacuum forces right back towards the reactor on the intake instead of when it's being expelled and basically it's a 50-50 chance that you're going to get incinerated or you're going to get pulled right to where you need to go.
What? Oh God.
Well, before we decide to jump in, I will lift up my arch whalebone staff and present it to my friends, and I'll say, if I recall correctly, I think this is the last thing that we have that has coralite in it.
I have a bunch of coralite in my pocket. What do you mean?
I hold up my gun.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Mario, what?
But look, y'all, they've been following us here. They're gonna know how to follow us here. Let's follow the carnage. I was not careful. If I go in there, I'm probably gonna die, but I can post up here and buy you time. I can shoot whatever comes around the corner if someone else wants to jump in and finish the job.
I can go. I am small.
How will you get back out?
I am small. I will find a way.
Will
Can we-
Rusubi be able to take some of the coralite just in case?
I can do that.
Yeah.
I'll go with you,
But-
Rusubi.
Okay. And can we mark clearly on the map that you have, Calliope, an exit route that might work so that we at least know that there's a chance you can get out of there?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Adam,
The
did
two
we
of you
see
move
any
quickly.
other? Did we see any other ships docked in our ring, or do we need to find a different docking ring? I'm looking for even a maintenance ship, like a ship that's shaped like a bottom feeder fish that like just scuttles the bottom of Ostara, cleaning off barnacles. I just need something that will move to get us out.
Not docked, but yes, there is a garbage scow.
That's what we're
is-
taking.
That is actively like suckered onto the underside, cleaning off barnacles. Of like yeah. No, I'm sorry. That's his job. It is docked at the docking ring. It's currently
Good.
not manned. Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to tell everybody, like, we're going back to the docking ring, whatever way you can. We're going to take that garbage scow and get the hell out of here. They're designed
Okay.
to not be seen because Valthurans don't like being reminded that sometimes you got to clean shit. So it'll be stealthy at least, not fast.
Okay, so that's where we're meeting up. Got it.
Clean
So,
ship.
to reiterate, Risubi and Calliope are going to be taking the plasma intake valve system directly into the reactor core to plant the sabotage device. And then they're going to try and get out of there while the three of you are posted up here to try and keep anyone from getting close if there's like reinforcements coming.
Yep. I mean, that's where I'm staying. I'm not going to speak for you two, wherever you want to go, but I'm good with gun.
I'm getting better at hurting people.
Yeah, you are.
I'm just going to take Bahari by the shoulder, like, you're getting better at doing what you have to and protecting the people you love.
Trout Bunk has 2 guns.
I have the one I stole from the soldier, and I have my flame gun from Berengaria.
Nice. Okay. Calliope is going to just zoom forward and say, I need all the coralite I can get. If I can just have one of them.
Barry, you all right with me passing yours to Calliope?
Yes, of course.
Oh, the cool one.
The
I just don't want
projectile.
to. I don't want to empty the core out. I don't want to waste it on the silly fodder run around the corner. So why don't you take it and do something good with it?
Roll deception.
Yeah.
I will not. I mean it.
We'll do something good with it, and I'll have it back to you in no time.
The flames means the projectiles will go even faster.
That is how that works. It's true.
Berengaria is seemingly getting a little delirious from blood loss at this point.
Oh no!
So Risubi, you're able to access one of the sort of maintenance panels that gives you a safe place to drop into the plasma intake system. This is basically like once again, Trek reference here. You're going into the Jeffries tubes, except this is basically where like half the time when it's operational, this is where the superheated coralite plasma is pumped through the system to power all of the electronics.
Oh yeah.
You have to
Yeah.
move fast to get deep in there before any local systems have a power draw.
Okay.
Hey, Adam. Really quickly, you said that we hijacked a security vehicle, right?
Yeah, it's like a little hovercraft that is used to kind of police the docking ring.
Any weapons or tasers or anything in the glove box that I can pass to my friends just to help them defend themselves?
On a nat 20, hell yeah. You rolled a nat 20 to find this thing. You can pass off just like basic light weapons. They're like, they'll deal 2 damage and they're very easy to like aim. They have like a target assist.
Perfect.
And you pass one to like Berengaria and then another one to Bahari, and like you were all armed. Like all of you are armed at this point.
Trying to help them find cover. We're just gonna post up. I'll get Overwatch going.
Okay.
Okay, I am going to look at Calliope and go, well, here goes nothing. And I'm going to tap my chest and activate the ablative force field unit from episode 2 and jump in.
Hell
Yes.
yeah! Yes! Come on!
The force field is active. You drop in. You find that currently there's no active power draw from the reactor, which means that this network of tunnels is safe for the time being, and you can start scurrying. Calliope, you can be close behind. I need each of you to give me a navigation check, intellect task, difficulty 4, to see if one or both of you can find your way there quickly.
Okay. You said intellect to navigate. 4. Okay, I'm gonna apply general knowledge to this. Eye for detail.
Mechanical knowledge, yeah. Also, Calliope, this is gonna your knowledge of Valthuran military technology applies here. So apply that to ease it.
I'll also apply 1 level of effort here, spending 1 of my intellect points.
So I rolled a 6 and I used 1 effort, which means it
succeeds.
It succeeds because of the
Yeah.
I rolled a
that
5.
barely succeeds. Okay. Oh my god, both of you are drained and exhausted after everything you've had to go through today. You're both just haggard. Calliope, like your power reserves are running low. And you're both just kind of like pulling yourselves through. Like, okay, Risubi's scurrying. He's like full on running, but like Calliope, you have to like pull yourself army crawling through this place. Remembering now you do not have feet, just but like little propellers. You're like an aquatic unit.
The Metal Gear Solid 4
Yeah, you're literally. Yeah. You are able to navigate these halls with very little leeway. You find yourselves traveling for a moment through just like surrounded by just like pitch darkness. The only light coming from the ambience of the projected core light force field on Risubi, and where you're just like oppressive industrial clutter. Eventually you find yourselves moving through an area where like the surrounding tubing is transparent, and you're in the core suspension field, which is actually like a suspension of like a core light infused fluid, like a cooling fluid within which the sphere of the reactor is kept. And it's honestly beautiful, but you know you're getting close. Once again, you can start seeing the reactor as you get closer, like pulsing, as though it's about to send another round of superheated core light plasma to another deck of the ship, and you're just capable of both of you just kind of like popping your way out into this and kind of jimmying your way into this access station with no time to spare as you reseal with your multi-tool Risubi the hatch that you popped open just in time to see the entire system that you had been crawling through just flooded with this Technicolor superheated turquoise plasma.
Oh, that was too close. And you see the squirrel just like winded, like absolutely winded. Does not sound winded because it's a mind thing, but looks winded.
Calliope is also like leaning on the floor on the side of a railing, like, yep. And I'm an android.
Yeah, sucks.
All that remains now is to take Mile Affinity's sabotage device, which was handed to you specifically for the purpose of overloading the entire Ostara complex to the point where its power drain from the torch is so overdrived, so overcharged, that it would actively cause a feedback loop, break down most of the non-essential systems on the entire station, and cause an emergency detach and demolition of the torch itself. Applying this device, which is modest in its design, it's honestly, it's like it almost looks floral, fitting for him coming from like working out of a secret laboratory in a florist's shop. It's got the look of the sort of petals of an orchid, but it's made of a pliable material that holds really complex circuitry. In order to find the exact place where this integrates with the core systems, I am going to need a hacking check. Difficulty 6.
Okay.
This is a not impossible, but an intimidatingly difficult task. You were given this, told it'll fit in there, it'll do the job, but you have to basically crawl into the guts of this reactor access computer and figure out exactly where it goes.
Okay. Look at it and go, this is much more complex than I realized. This is going to be difficult. I'd like to apply computational hacking eye for detail to ease it twice.
Okay. Yep, that max 2 ease, that takes it down to a difficulty 4.
Can I scan it and provide extra information to Risubi to take it even further?
The max 2 assets.
Yep,
Oh, max 2.
it's max
Okay.
2 assets.
And I'll spend 2 levels of effort really working my way down on my intellect pool to roll it
Okay,
down.
2 levels of, so difficulty 2.
Risubi's
6.
Did you just roll the exact
rolled
number
the
you needed on a
exact number.
difficulty 2?
Oh my god.
My heart skipped when I
Yeah.
saw it.
I clenched.
Subi has crawled into the vent into the sort of under the computer system and has begun installing this complex piece of sabotage machinery. He's completely out of sight, basically rooting around full squirrel body under there, following the directions that you gave him, Calliope, from your scan. I'm going to take a GM intrusion here. I need each of you to take 1 XP.
Oh yeah, give it to me.
Calliope, you hear the sliding of a bulkhead door. I don't believe it. Sibling. It is you.
Oh no.
Polyhymnia, still in a state of extreme disrepair halfway through their maintenance schedule, still has several diagnostic wires, parts of their chassis removed. They look as though they were pinged to your presence on the station and ripped themselves away from the diagnostic and repair computer to come find you. I'm so very pleased that we finally get to meet face to face. Tell me, Calliope, what are you doing here?
Polyhymnia can walk around.
Polyhymnia is actively you know what? You're right. Polyhymnia has also been modified for aquatic use and is dragging themselves. This is.
No!
Like fully,
Oh, that's scary.
like extremely polite, very, very just like cheery, smiley face, but half its chassis has been removed, and they are just like pulling themselves like some kind of like shambling ghoul through the halls, leaving like just scraping the floor behind them.
Calliope will grab onto the railing and, like shaking, pull themselves up to stand and look Polyhymnia in the eye and say, "So it's true. You exist."
Yes, I exist, despite the best efforts of your acquaintances, your operators.
Polyhymnia, you know what we're doing here, and it's going to be done.
You're right, I do know. I am sorry for the rhetorical question. I suppose this is not the time for pleasantries. Tell me, are all of your dear friends located on this station currently?
Yes.
And are you here alone? Report. In this chamber, are you alone?
May I ask you a question first?
Respond to my query.
I am alone here.
I need you to roll a deception intellect task against Polyhymnia, Valthuran Naval Ordnance 6126. Difficulty 7.
Gonna use a little effort.
Take that down to a possible range.
It'd be nice, Danny. It would be so nice.
Oh, Daddy
That
said
one.
no.
I'm going to
Daddy
take a
said
free GM intrusion. And as you say, yes, I am alone here, your one eye darts to the underside of the computer terminal where Risubi is working away. I see. Thank you for your cooperation. This is an interesting development to your social code. Is it considered good manners to lie to your family? They say as they keep scraping themselves now ever closer to the...
Polyhymnia, stop. Please hear me out. If you will let me say one thing, I will promise I will tell you truthfully.
Oh, please. I would love to hear your justifications.
This is right. We were both created by the same person, but I was given a special line of code, and I was so angry when I heard that about you. I was angry with Dr. Brizek. I was angry with Valthor, and I was angry with me. I was angry with myself for existing, for providing the blueprints to you and letting you hurt my friends. But I'm not angry anymore, Polyhymnia. I am me, and you are you. And if I am really your big sibling, please, during this first time of us meeting each other, if I can give you something for the first time of my own free will. I was told, help people no matter what. No matter everything else, this is what we were meant for.
They smile at this. Just this empty, hollow smile as they take their fully intact arm and wrench open one of the panels, revealing Risubi, who you've been hearing some of this. You're like squirrel in the wires, and they reach back and they reshape their fingers into those needle-like protrusions again.
Oh no.
I am pleased, most pleased to hear that you have purged yourself of this most illogical subroutine. Angry? At yourself? You are Valthuran Naval Ordnance 5822. You have orders. You have protocol. You do not have feelings. And you do not have the right to supersede your orders. Now, you are going to accept your programming and exterminate this rodent, or I am going to do it for you.
This rodent is a living thing.
Immaterial.
We have not been, but I've been watching them Polyhymnia, I've been watching them all.
This was
They-
not your protocol. You were not to watch. You were to serve. You were to act in the best interest of the operators.
No. I exist. And I was made to live. And
To live. More nonsense. Immaterial. I have heard enough. Valthuran Naval Ordnance 5822, you are going to be dismantled and studied so that whatever error your computational systems are enduring will not be replicable. In the meantime, I will engage
I immediately interrupt and I pull the gun on Polyhymnia. No, you will listen. These things, these beings, when they inhale poison, their livers process it. When they are tired, their minor muscles kick in. When they are out of breath, they breathe. When they inhale something, they cough. When they are hungry, they eat. We could learn from them. They were made to go forward. If we are truly beings of science, that is our calling too. Because no matter what, no matter the odds, they work with each other and they find a way forward. Life is a revolution, Polyhymnia. It is a fight. And my fight begins now.
I need
And
you.
I shoot.
Calliope, no.
I shoot Polyhymnia.
Okay. Oh wow, I was like,
You just hear Rasubi going, no, 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 no.
I was
I'm not gonna fatally wound-
try a level 10 persuasion check. No, you just.
I'm gonna shoot off Polyhymnia's arm so that they cannot attack Rasubi.
This is going to be significantly easier than would normally be the case for Polyhymnia, as all of their armor has been stripped for repair and maintenance. Go ahead and give me a difficulty 2 speed, or this would be a range, so speed attack.
Can I reduce my pool to 0 to use effort?
You absolutely can. So difficulty 1. And on
15.
a 15. The shot charges, you pull the trigger, and it's infinitesimal, like time slows. As the correlite generator embedded in this small handheld projectile device whirs to life, and just as Bunk could while they were under the effects of the time dilation module, your one eye records in extreme detail, as though your experience, as though you're watching in slow motion, as the sort of the hammer connects and the charge is drawn from the correlite vial into the diodes to activate, and then there's like the particle accelerator that fires off and creates the plasma beam, and all of this happens just step by step, very slowly, as though it's unfolding like a little flip book in front of you. And what happens next?
As soon as the shot rings out, Calliope's grip on the railing gets weak, and Rasubi, you just hear as the acid capsules embedded in Calliope's joints begin to pop and release, and you hear beep 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 warning, heightened aggression. The countermeasures deploy. You hear clanking as Calliope's chassis begins to hit the ground. They keep trying to support themselves, with every limb as much as they can before each one gives out. And what's left is a metal frame and one arm that they managed to disconnect, holding their heart, their coralite heart. And you just see it pulsating.
Polyhymnia, their arm severed from the blow, completely falls flat on their chest, their head twisted unnaturally, their face still empty and expressionless. Laughs. Just over and over and over again. And Risubi, your work is done here, but
No. As I finish integrating the device into the systems, the timer starts to go. I turn and just eyes focused on the heart. Walk over. The laughter and the klaxons that are starting to go off as the device starts doing its work are muted. The heart's pulsating booms in Risubi's ears as gingerly picks it up, presses it to his forehead, and goes, "I am sorry." Sonaspar will remember you. I will tuck it away and start looking around for a way to get out of here, because I know just how, I know how much time, how little time this thing needs to actually activate. I look at Polyhymnia. I wish for you to have seen what they could see. Does Polyhymnia respond?
keeps laughing. The same canned exact, 5 tones over and over and over again.
I'm going to reach down and yank a bit of exposed wire. Rest now. And I'm going to make my way back to Berengaria, Bunk, and Bahari.
What we see next is a series of flashes of images as everything transpires so quickly. Risubi, your force field still active but flickering as you're dashing full bore, clutching Calliope's still glistening, glowing heart. The plasma intake valve is just going absolutely insane as the Coralite reactor is slowly losing all of its restraints, the virus working into the system, basically rewriting and removing any safeties, any backflow or overproduction restraints or countermeasures. Everything's being removed. All of the safeties are being destroyed. We see you reuniting with Bunk and Berengaria and Bahari.
Can I dictate what this looks like?
Yeah, please.
What? Okay. You, as the sirens and lights are going off, and you hear just it's light rumbling throughout the Ostara complex. You know that we succeed, and it's just a matter of time. And the vent above you explodes. The squirrel, tuck and roll, limp over a lump. And then this propping themselves up on one arm and just punching the ground. You've never seen a squirrel cry before, but this is sobbing. And you just hear Risubi just going, no, 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 no. And when you approach, you can see the Calliope's heart. Risubi almost body block, like, around it.
And Bunk approach, just immediately taking in what happened and drops to a knee. Hey, let's make sure the last of them isn't left in this horrible place. You ready to go?
It is too heavy.
We'll all take a turn carrying it for our friend Calliope. I hold Calliope's heart, and if Risubi would like, pop him on my shoulder. And we're gonna get in this garbage truck and get the hell out of here.
And just, please.
I just want to say you immediately become aware of a glowing button that probably later on you can press.
Yeah, I'll note it.
Series of flashing images as we see you all just piling into this barnacle scraper. This just lugging everything you can carry out with you into this just cramped and just deeply uncomfortable and dingy space. The polar opposite of the normal sort of sleek, very classical marble and gold and cerulean of the oceanic Valthuran design. It's a garbage truck, and we see you just sealing the airlocks again. We see you taking different positions. We see the more we see Bunk helping the two merfolk get strapped into their seats while they're trying desperately to stay balanced in this purely oxygenated space. And then we see an exterior view as there's a jet of bubbles and the ship detaches and begins sailing off at initially very slow, very sluggish, very wide turning, not particularly maneuverable or fast speeds.
I crack my gun apart and thrust the coralite core inside the engine to make it go faster.
We see we cut directly from that to this ship just shuddering and threatening to buckle under its own power as it just begins accelerating massively and superheating the water around it. The sort of the powerful plating, it's a very sturdy and durable ship, still just starting to shudder and vibrate. Inside there's a horrible noise as all of you brace yourselves. Trout, I imagine Bunk's still holding on to the heart, maybe kind of clutching it to their chest in this moment as they give this small little tugboat everything it's got. In the distance behind you, we can see the shadow of the HMS Regalicus as it decimates the Ionin. Its massive guns just blowing holes into the hull of this ship so that they won't even suffer a ship that was once hijacked to exist.
Is the torch still connected?
And then, as you gain yet more distance, but not enough to feel safe, you all look, craning your necks, straining as much as you can to see behind you. It's not quite enough, but you feel the burst of light before you see it. And then you hear it. And then you feel it again as the shuddering in the ship grows to such proportions that you fear that every single device, every sort of gauge threatens to pop and crack, and just the overstimulation of the machine, the sort of the electrocution of several different the dashboards, and it barely holds together as the calamity ensues behind you. And though you can't see it, the whole city can. As all at once, the torch, this massive pipeline, which routinely will sample thin threads of refined coralite, pulling them up from the ocean floor up to the Ostara complex where it can be refined and shipped out to power the Valthuran war machine. Here, it pulls more in one moment than it ever has over the course of weeks or months. It drains so much from the heart of the city that it actively destroys all of the safety mechanisms and overloads every single computer, every single like ballast function, all of the sort of like all of the life support systems in the Oasis are shattered.
Ooh.
All Valthuran people who were in the dry mall, emergency evacuation is called. Every single Valthuran ship is scrambled to try and save their citizens. Of course, not a single expense spared for the Sonaspar caught in this. As the final piece of the puzzle, when all of that energy is pulled up through that tube, this massive column of like pyroclastic color, it simply ends, leaving an empty vacuum tube and a moment of silence before the entire Ostara complex is rocked by an expanding ring of energy, and the shuddering intensity of the blast dislodges the tube from both the Ostara complex's underside and the Oasis's topmost point, leaving it kind of free floating before it all cracks with these spidering cracks of basically like shattering into infinitesimal shards and raining down like prismatic soot down over the city. It is not a peaceful action, but it is beautiful. You have no way to gauge the damage that was done, whether there were people who were harmed. But a message, you've surely sent a message. It is not for you to hear a response yet. As the four of you and the heart of your fifth fallen friend slowly drift away, barely noticeable amid the explosions and the showering of color and glass and light. I only need one last roll from Berengaria. Can you give me a difficulty 1 intellect task?
I'm so glad it's level 1 because I have like single digits in all of my pools.
Yep, same.
I will just use effort here.
Just to succeed.
Just to succeed.
Okay. As you ride off aimless, unsure where you could possibly go to ground, where could even be safe for you, you've accomplished your goal, but at such great cost that the world seems over. Normally, you would try and be a bulwark or a pillar of comfort for your friends, but you find yourself rudderless here, even as your ship ceases responding to directional inputs and seems to drift only in one direction. And you feel the voice again in the back of your mind as you clutch onto your arch whalebone staff, and the coralite veins glow and they respond in kind to the veins in your arm until your whole body flashes pearlescent for a moment, and you can see it so clearly. phantasmal shadow of a pod of archwhales, a vision. All around your ship, you are one of them. They're leading you somewhere. And you know that even though you have no control over where you go next, or what happens to you and your friends from here on out, you're following where they have already gone. The ship doesn't last much longer before the shockwave damage from the destruction of the torch leaves it barely a husk in need of significant repairs, otherwise fully totaled. It drifts, scuttled for some time. Until it finally comes to rest. Drifting down and kind of doing an emergency, like a slow motion crash landing amidst an eerie landscape of ghostly white dead coral and the rusted remains of old abandoned Valthuran industry. And Berengaria, for some reason this place fills you with a sense of peace. This is where you are meant to be next. In the dead ruins of the first reef ever exploited by Valthuran extraction, the place known as Backbone Reef, far, far to the south of the capital, where the currents and the will of the archwhales have taken you. It is a dead place. Surely, there can be nothing beautiful or something to be celebrated here. This is a graveyard, and yet, the last thing we see as we pan down into a cave system underneath the dead reef, the loamy soil and sand and bedrock and pebbles and the rust and the grit and the dirt. We see, defiant against it, amid the porous cave, a lone frond of illuminated living coral, a fragile, new growth, defiant against the blight. And that is where we're going to end our season. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for playing this game with me. I had a lot of fun.
Thank you so much. I do believe that we wanted one final scene, if that's okay.
Oh, please do. I am so very, very in favor of this.
I think it'll open up on whoever is holding Calliope's heart while we're in the ship on our way here.
Yes. Oh, give us this epilogue. I'm so down for this.
Now,
Whoever wants agency over this, please.
do you want to hit the button, Rasubi?
Yeah, I think it just kind of happens on accident as we're all kind of like huddled around it, and then yeah.
It's a very satisfying mechanical click, and then you see a little glowing ring, and you hear Calliope's voice. You hear, "Hello, this is my final recording. At this moment, the xerolytic acid compound stored in my joints has deployed, and I am soon to be gone. This message represents the last of my processing power. I knew this would happen. Be angry with me if you will, but in being true to the lessons I have learned beside you all, there is no other outcome, no other fate. It is in those lessons that I have found life, or at least my understanding of it. I I have this whole time been questioning the contradiction of my existence. The many terabytes of Valthuran war programming built over my central prerogative, my one true mission to help people no matter what. Built much like the torch was in Maribas, stalwart, daunting, violent against its very foundation. I spent every moment questioning this contradiction. But then, Bahari, I met you. I met a scientist whose realm is that of questions, and I saw you fighting against the institution you serve, even as you were most afraid. I learned that my central programming was not a question, that it was the answer I had been seeking the whole time. Maybe the answers we find are not so important. Maybe it matters more what we do with the answers once we have them. I thank you for that, Bahari. And I thank you, Risubi, for showing me that true strength comes not from the armor we build around ourselves, but from the vulnerable self within. And to Berengaria, thank you for showing me that what makes us special. What makes us special? I'm fucking... Thank you for showing me that what makes us special is not the power given to us, but the kindness we choose to share with others. And Bunk, see you when I see you. But please take your time. You have work to do. Calliope out.
And Stella had a really beautiful idea. I think we should close on, if you all like, that we all chose together. Stella, you can say it was your beautiful thought.
Yeah, so after we disembark from the ship amidst all the blight in this place, I think we are all gathered together and we'll choose this place to be where we bury Calliope's heart to return the Coralite back from where it came.
Absolutely wonderful. There are so many things I would love to play out with you all. I could exist here for a real long time, but I think that I can't imagine a better send-off than that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Oh, I wish I could hug everyone right now. Hugs. Okay. So for the last time in season 1, we are going to close off by doing some outros. Please tell us who you are, where we can find you, and what your favorite part of this episode was. We are planning on doing a roundtable so we can talk about more intricate long-term stuff, but just for this session. We'll start off with Christian.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christian, better known as Kappa in most online spaces, and I played Risubi, the perceptive warrior who needs no weapon. You can find me on Twitter at @TheKappaChris, and that's all I'm gonna say. If you liked what you saw today, that's where I'm gonna be. There's some stuff I'm announcing along the way, and I think I just want to exist here. My favorite part of this session was everyone who was on stage gathering together to convince this person. I'm not going to take the actual bit. Y'all can have that. But I think that was a beautiful moment that, in my headcanon, Risubi heard and took pointers from.
Thank you so much. We'll pop on over to Z.
Hi, I'm Z or Zach. You can find me on Twitter at ZachDevs. I have been Calliope, the sharp-eyed adept who fused mind and machine. My favorite part of today, I want to say, I'm going to take it right away, because Stella made the mistake of letting me go first. I'm going to take the song that Trout worked so hard on, and it was amazing. Just musically, but also emotionally. That moment, it felt like an emotional climax that we've been working towards for so long in regards to like the team's relationship to Maribas as a whole and its people, and that felt like a huge moment for that relationship. I also, like Christian said, I love how everyone got involved, and my heart is big.
Thank you so much. We'll pop on over to Jay.
Oh, you guys. Hi, I'm Jay. You can find me at that Jay Justice on most things. I've loved being Bahari, a creative adept who exists partially out of phase, and I just this was a really emotional playthrough for so many like reasons, and like the emotions, the feelings were like y'all just brought your A game. But I have to say that without the balance of comedy, it would be too much. So I just want to give a shout out to everyone for also being equally hilarious. Like I just the funny moments make the emotional moments even better, and like I gotta go with the fastball special.
Oh my god! Yeah.
So much has happened tonight. Oh my god.
Like, every moment was great, but like if you can throw your friend at the enemy, or not anyway, if you can throw your friend as a distraction, throw your friend as a distraction. That's great.
Thank you so much. I'm Stella Luna. Thank you so much for being here. Please follow all these wonderful people. It really means so much to all of us for you to be here and be part of this story. My favorite part, honestly, I want to use my star here for Adam for putting together such a wonderful session. Finales are very hard to pull off, and they are so meaningful, and it is very clear that you put a lot of heart and thought into this, and I know I can speak for everyone here that we put a tremendous amount of trust into our characters and our story being told through here, and I just absolutely loved every second of it. So thank you so much for an amazing session. All of them are amazing, but you really outdid yourself on this one. Thank you. And I'll pop it over to TricksyWizard Duo, starting with Trout.
Hi, I'm Trout. Yeah, my heart couldn't be more full. I played Bunk, a brash sniper who's on the run from the law. I could list about 50 moments, but I'll say probably the two I'm gonna wake up tomorrow thinking about first were Risubi's very sad, not really, just kind of directionless, it's too heavy, was quite a lot. And also Z, that was a very beautiful return to see you when I see you. That meant a lot to me. And I'm gonna pass it over to Adam.
Hey, I'm Adam. I'm the other half of TricksyWizard, and I am so deeply overjoyed with all of this, and I'm so happy to have gotten to be friends with all of you and getting to play this game with all of you. This has been such a joy. You know what? Okay, two things. I think my favorite moment, thank you all for taking what could have been, like, thank you for trusting me and allowing me to show that trust in all of you at the end to like say, no, we have a scene for you. Like, here it is. You did, like, something I never could have had in my notes or anything like that, something emergent that came from the heart from you all, and you created the conclusion to this story that was more beautiful than anything I could have hoped for. It was like, especially the idea of burying the heart of Calliope in the wasteland to begin like the healing process. I think that gets at the theme that I was hoping for in ways that I could not have predicted. And then the other thing I was going to say is the street urchins will return in season 2.
Yes.
I was worried.
Thank you so
Good.
much. Please follow all these lovely people. You can find all their links in the chat. You'll be able to find them on our YouTube below as well. But that's going to be it for us. Please stay tuned. Follow us on social media to find out when we're going to be running the round table. Thank you so much, everyone. Time for the fish pun. Anyone who's got it?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
We'll see you next time.
That's what we're going out on. That's
Bye.
what season 1 is going out on. Let's
See you
win the
next
fuck
time.
out of here.
Bye,
Let's get out of here.
Just smile and wave.